Chapter 663. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Mystic Island. Alright, if you are the captain, then we can become a level 3 pirate group. At that time, we only need the 4 of us to attack the island. Blue Moon nodded. Any pirate who had reached the level of King of Nihility Realm would need to apply. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in the island attack because there would be people supervising them. Guarding the island could be helped by experts, but attacking the island was not allowed. There is a level 3 pirate group around Anhu Island. Recently, there have been a lot of raiders, so the pirates and fleets rarely sail. After we upgrade, we will attack them directly. Blue Moon took out a map and pointed to an island. Alright. Yi Xian and the other 2 agreed. There was an application point near Anhu Island, so the 4 of them immediately went there. In less than 3 days, they arrived at the application point and upgraded the Mystic Moon pirate group to level 3. The captain was Yi Xian, and the vice-captain was Blue Moon. Song Suijing and Song Jiejue were also registered. The island attack would take place 7 days later. If the Mystic Moon pirate group succeeded in attacking the island, then they could move to a new island. After all, if a pirate group was not level 4, they would not be allowed to occupy 2 islands at once. Of course, it was also possible to apply for another pirate group to occupy Anhu Island. Although there were thousands of islands in the chaotic astral sea, there were many level 8 pirate groups that had more than 6 islands. They would send people to form new pirate groups and then form a pirate alliance. Therefore, those high-level pirate groups and high-level islands are occupied by some pirate alliances, and there are very few changes. Then, a level 4 king of the Mad Sovereign pirate group followed Yi Xian and the other 3 and left. However, when this level 4 king knew that Yi Xian and the other 3 were going to attack the island, he was shocked. As far as he knew, there were 2 level 3rd kings and more than 10 level 1 and level 2nd kings on the Ironstone Island. Even if he went there himself, it would not be so easy to attack. Yi Xian and the other 3 spent 3 days to arrive at the Ironstone Island. Then, the level 4 king of the Mad Sovereign pirate group rushed over and shouted, "I am a marine law enforcer. The Mystic Moon pirate group has applied to attack Ironstone Island. You have 1 day to prepare." The voice was very loud, and the pirates at the entrance of Ironstone Island naturally heard it. Not good, someone is actually attacking the island. Quick, inform the island master. This Black Moon pirates really don't want to live. They are just a 2nd-level pirate group. It's not enough to occupy an island, but now they want Ironstone Island? They are just 2 grade 2 dominators. They are courting death. The Iron Rock Island was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and the other 3 were waiting outside Iron Rock Island. Sister Lan, there are many mountains on the island. If we go up to 100 meters, will we be attacked by the Riot Star Thunder? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. No, the chaotic astral lightning will only attack people who are flying over 100 meters above the sea. Lan Yu shook her head. Previously, I saw on the nautical chart that there was an ownerless island in our area. It's called Xianzhong Island. Why is there no one on that island? Song Suijing asked again. Xianzhong Island. Hearing this name, Lan Yu's expression also changed. She said, that island has always been ownerless. There is a special formation on the island, and people have to walk to get on the island. Moreover, there is a huge pressure. If a low-level dominator goes in, they will be crushed into meat paste by the huge pressure on the island. What? Yi Xian and the other 2 were shocked. Crushed into meat paste? Lan Yu paused for a moment and said, at least a grade 4 dominator will be able to withstand the pressure. It is said that there is a heavenly treasure on the island called Xianzhong fruit. If someone eats it, they will be able to comprehend the gravity profound. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian and continued, the gravity profound is of the earth attribute. Perhaps you can go to Xianzhong Island to take a look. That Xianzhong fruit is only one of the reasons. It is said that there are people who didn't get the fruit and comprehended the gravity profound under the pressure of Xianzhong Island. Yi Xian's interest was immediately piqued. The gravity profound was something he had always wanted to comprehend, but he had never been able to do so. If a grade 4 dominator can withstand the pressure and explore Xianzhong Island, why haven't any experts come to occupy it? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. This Xianzhong Island is not as simple as it looks. A grade 7 dominator once entered, but never came out. Therefore, in the chaotic astral ocean, Xianzhong Island is listed as one of the top 10 forbidden islands. It is extremely dangerous. Lan Yu glanced at Song Suijing and hurriedly said, "Of course, that grade 7 dominator went deep into the island. As he got closer to the center of the island, the pressure would only increase. A grade 4 dominator would at most circle around the periphery." Hearing this, Song Suijing's complexion improved a little. "Since that is the case, I will go and take a look when I have the time." Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He had already comprehended a lot of the earth profound. Among the first level profound, only the gravity profound had not been comprehended. In this chaotic astral ocean, the gravity profound was also very good. Because people couldn't fly more than 100 meters, the gravity profound could force people into the sea. At that time, the enemy's speed would be greatly reduced, and they would be at the mercy of others. Soon, a day had passed. "Time is up. The 4 of you can attack the island. The time limit is 1 day. If you don't win in 1 day, I will leave immediately," said the grade 4 dominator of the Mad Sovereign. Yi Xian and the other 3 nodded silently, then slowly flew towards Ironstone Island. There were 2 grade 3 dominators on Ironstone Island and more than 10 grade 1 and grade 2 dominators. For Yi Xian, he could deal with them alone. However, Yi Xian didn't want to reveal his strength. Therefore, he blocked 1 grade 3 dominator, while Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song took care of the other grade 3 dominator. As for the remaining grade 1 and grade 2 dominators, they were left to Lan Yu. "Reckless fool, you dare to attack my Ironstone Island? You really don't want to live anymore." A brawny man walked out of Ironstone Island. Behind him stood more than 10 people. There were several ways to win an island attack. One was to kill the pirate captain and get the captain's order. 2 was to kill all of them. Of course, there was a third way, which was for the defending side to admit defeat and leave the island. Kill. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time on a dead man. With an order, the 4 of them quickly rushed out. "How dare you, big brother? I will deal with them and bring those 2 girls over," said a man coldly. Those who were able to attack an island were all dominators, and female dominators were rare. Although people at their level would have countless beautiful women throwing themselves at them, they had never tried a female dominator before. However, this man was too careless. Ice crystal cage. Raging flames burning the sky. Heavenly punishment. Lan Yu and the other 2 instantly attacked. With a boom, the man was blown to pieces. Following that, Lan Yu quickly rushed over, took off her universe ring, and tossed it to Yi Xian. The 3 of them had joined forces to kill a grade 3 dominator. Now, Yi Xian didn't even need to attack. Chapter 664. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan. The attack on the island was successful. Second brother. The brawny man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Before he could finish his words, the corpse was burned by the inextinguishable raging flames, leaving behind only an interspatial ring and a virtual god weapon. At the same time, his heart trembled fiercely. Thunder, ice, and flame attributes. Heavens, 3 rare attributes. It's too scary. 3 rare attributes appeared at the same time. The vice-captain was killed in an instant. When did the Mystic Moon pirates recruit such an expert? The spectators on the Ironstone Island were stunned. The burly man pondered for a moment before finally coming to a decision. Kill them. The brawny man shouted. These brothers of his had followed him for many years and had gone through life and death together. In the next moment, the brawny man led more than 10 kings and charged over. We can only fight in close combat. Raging flames consume too much energy. Judge Song shouted and charged forward with Song Sui-jing. As for Blue Moon, she stood behind them and continuously used heavenly punishment profound. Boom! 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 The 8 level 1 beast kings were unable to dodge in time and were instantly killed. After they died, their corpses weren't thrown into the sea. Instead, they were dragged by a gust of wind and sent to Yi Xian. Wind attribute, that person also has a rare attribute. A group of people stared at the pair of green wings on Yi Xian's back. Wind, lightning, ice, and flame, all 4 rare attributes. This scene stunned even the level 4 king of the mad sovereign pirates. When they arrived, Yi Xian's group of 4 were flying normally. He didn't even know what attributes Yi Xian's group had. He didn't expect Yi Xian to have 4 rare attributes. This was simply heaven-defying. At this time, he wanted to represent the mad sovereign pirates to recruit Yi Xian's group of 4. However, he had to wait until the island attack was over. This was his duty. After that man died, the 2 sides began to fight. Because the scene just now was too terrifying, the Ironstone Island master was very careful. However, it was useless to be careful. When Judge Song fought with the Ironstone Island master, he condensed a flame dragon and then condensed a flame clone inside the flame dragon's body. Raging flames consumed a lot of energy and he could only use it twice. At the same time, using raging flames in his domain would cause the enemy could easily dodge it. That was why he used Flame Clone, Ice Crystal Prison. Song Sui-jing's Raging Clone, and Ice Crystal Island Master's eyes flickered and ice. Unfortunately, the Ice Sui-jing's Ice Technique Master Raging Ice Technique was Ice's Ice Technique Master Ice Technique Island. Whoosh! Iron Ice Dragon Ice Technique Ice Technique Song Ice Chuan Ice Iron Ice Island. In the next moment, the fire clone entered his sight. Not the Iron Ice Island. Iron Island Ice is iron, no. Iron Island Master roared, but Judge Song would not show mercy. Raging flames incinerate ice. Boom! The flame clone exploded around the Iron Island Master. In order to prevent accidents, Song Sui-jing also slashed at the Iron Ice Island Master. The ice attribute could comprehend the water attribute's profound, but the effect was stronger than the water attribute and had more profound. The profundities that Song Kai-jing comprehended were the binding of water, overlapping waves, ice crystal cage, and ice armor. However, she could only use overlapping waves profound at this time. Her overlapping waves profound was stronger than Yi Xian's power profound, and her attack was not weaker than Judge Song's. When the blazing chi wave swept out, a blue sword chi broke through the chi wave and exploded like a firework. Even if the Iron Island Master was not killed by the raging flames incinerate Ice Island, he would still be killed by the sword chi. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they saw severed limbs flying in the air. The Iron Island Master was dead. The remaining level 2 dominators were stunned, which gave Lan Yu an opportunity to attack. Heavenly punishment. Lan Yu did not show any mercy. The lightning attribute's attack power was not inferior to the flame attribute, and a heavenly punishment was enough to kill a king. Boom! 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 Charred corpses flew in the air one after another. The battle was over. The Black Moon pirates only dispatched 3 kings to destroy the 3rd-level pirates and win the island war. Then, the surrounding people saw Lan Yu and the other two throw their universe rings to Yi Xian. Obviously, Yi Xian was the leader of the three, and the leader of the Black Moon Pirates. How strong would his strength be? Good, the Black Moon Pirates successfully attacked the island, and Yellow Lake Island will become a masterless island. The level 4 king of the wild revered pirates said loudly. But after he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and the other three and shouted again, "Now, on behalf of the wild revered pirates, I invite you to join us." What? The surviving pirates and residents of the Iron Island were shocked. Wild revered pirates? That was one of the three overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, and this area was the territory of the wild revered pirates. If they joined the wild revered pirates, then the Iron Island would not change owners. After all, who would dare to have ideas about the wild revered pirates? However, the most shocking thing was still to come. Sorry, the four of us are inexperienced. If we join the wild revered pirates from the beginning, it would not be a challenge. Yi Xian directly clasped his fist and refused. The level 4 king of the wild revered pirates was startled, and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you refuse?" What a joke! How many pirates in this area wanted to join the wild revered pirates, but Yi Xian refused, which was a slap to the face of the wild revered pirates. It won't be too late to join after we break through in the future. Yi Xian still refused. Good, goodbye. The level 4 king of the wild revered pirates narrowed his eyes and quickly left. He did not expect the sudden appearance of the four geniuses of Yi Xian, so he had to report it to his superiors. Although he was a level 4 king, he could not see through Yi Xian, and he felt that Yi Xian did not take him seriously at all. Therefore, he did not forcibly capture Yi Xian and the other three. After all, he did not want to become enemies with them. Such geniuses must be recruited as soon as possible, lest the Empress and the War Emperor find out. Yi Xian, this wild revered pirates is recruiting us. If we don't join, will we be killed? Song Suijing suddenly asked. Well, it is very possible, but they should come again. Let's improve ourselves first. If we can't, then we will join. Yi Xian nodded and said. Chapter 665. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Plunder. Although it wasn't Yi Xian's original intention to join the Mad Sovereign Pirates, the Mad Sovereign Pirates were many times stronger than the three king palaces combined. Of course, this didn't include the three king palaces in the Sword God Palace. Among the three king palaces, only the Jianghu family had a level 6 king realm, while the Battle King Palace and Beast King Palace only had level 5 kings. Even if the three king palaces combined, they could only be considered as a level 6 pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. However, it was also because of the Sword God Palace that the other powers in the chaotic astral ocean didn't dare to enter the eastern continent. Next, Yi Xian's group of 4 plundered into the Ironstone Island and started to plunder the wealth of the pirates. The Ironstone Island was also a good island with rich resources. On the other hand, the Anhu Island wasn't very popular, which was why it was occupied by a level 2 pirate group. However, after Yi Xian's group of 4 conquered the Ironstone Island, the Anhu Island became ownerless and could be occupied by any pirate group. The three of you can cultivate on the Ironstone Island. I will go to Shantian Island and bring some people over. Yi Xian said to Song Suijing's group of 3. This time, he didn't come to the chaotic astral ocean just to level up and break through, but also to help the Battle King Palace open up a route. The Ironstone Island, the Anhu Island, and the Shantian Island just happened to form a straight line. This was the route. After distributing the items, Yi Xian left and flew towards the Shantian Island. The Shantian pirates were established by the Battle King's Hall, but many of the pirate groups under their command had already been certified. Now that Anhu Island had become an ownerless island, he had to bring some captains over to occupy Anhu Island. After that, the 3 islands would form an alliance. He was a level 3 king realm, so his speed was much faster than Lan Yu's. Moreover, Lan Yu and the other two had just obtained their spoils of war and were refining them, so he went to the Shuntian island alone. Under his full speed, he reached the Shuntian island in 3 days and notified He Liang of the Shuntian pirate group. He Liang quickly sent several pirate groups to the Anhu Island and the Ironstone Island. By the time they arrived at Ironstone Island, Yi Xian and the other 3 would be able to apply for permission to attack the island. At this time, Yi Xian had already left Shuntian Island and was heading towards Ironstone Island alone. I've already reached a bottleneck in my adjudicator and adjudicator levels. I should be able to break through to level 2 dominator in a few days, Yi Xian thought to himself. As long as the 2 siblings broke through, they would be on the same level as Blue Moon. At that time, the 4 of them would join forces and directly attack a level 4 pirate group. However, when he arrived at the Iron Ore Island, he heard a series of loud rumbles. Not good, someone is attacking the island. Yi Xian's expression changed. Before he left, he instructed Song Suijing and the other 2 that no one was to open the island's protective array. Now that he heard the commotion, he knew that someone was attacking Ironstone Island. Furthermore, it was very likely that it was the plunderer. He immediately rushed over. Sure enough, there were 3 figures attacking the island's protective array outside the Iron Rock Island. 3 level 4 kings? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. There were actually 3 level 4 kings in this area. Their luck was really too good. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't help but think that these 3 were assassins sent by other forces. Stop! At this time, Yi Xian suddenly shouted. The 3 level 4 kings who were attacking the island's protective array turned around and saw Yi Xian. They also saw the pair of green wings on Yi Xian's back. Wind attribute? It's one of those 4. Catch him! The gray-robed old man in the lead shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a middle-aged man rushed towards Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy and cold. He directly took out his Bahuang sword and ruthlessly slashed at the middle-aged man. Lifting heavy as light. Sword shattering stars. Xiao. A cold light flashed and entered the middle-aged man's body. In the next moment, the middle-aged man withered like a flower petal. Instant kill. What? The gray-robed old man and the other level 4 king were stunned. A level 4 king was instantly killed with a single strike. This news was wrong. Let's go. The gray-robed old man shouted again and immediately turned around. But at this time, Judge Song and the other 2 on Ironstone Island saw Yi Xian arrive and suddenly opened the island's protective array and rushed out. Fuck, you had a good fight just now. Now, it's our turn. Judge Song shouted. In the past few days, he and Song Suijing had already broken through to level 2 kings. When the 3 of them joined hands, they could even kill a level 4 king. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial rings of the dead kings and devoured them. Just a little more. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He was still a little bit away from becoming a level 4 king. However, after killing these 2 people, it should be enough. Thinking of this, the somewhat agitated Yi Xian quickly rushed over. Although the true qi in his body was exhausted, the bloodline of the divine tree of life restored 1/3 of his true qi in a second. Bastard, go to hell. The gray-robed old man made a move against Yi Xian. Originally, he had heard that there were geniuses with 4 rare attributes here and wanted to capture them for his superiors. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so strong that he could instantly kill one of his companions. Not only that, but his life was also in danger. Therefore, he could only use his full strength. It wouldn't matter even if he killed Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's strength had already exceeded his imagination. Yi Xian not only had the wind attribute, but also the earth attribute. Collapsing heavenly slaughter slash. Boom. The collapsing heavenly slaughter collided with the gray-robed old man's golden sword chi and shook 16 times in an instant. The gray-robed old man had the metal attribute and had comprehended the metal slice, which was extremely powerful. Such an attack couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. Even without the various bloodlines and Bahuang's sword, Yi Xian's collapsing heavenly slaughter could still destroy this attack that contained the metal slice profound. After all, their attributes countered each other. Moreover, Yi Xian also had the earth pulse profound and heavy as lightness profound. Boom! 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 After the collapsing heavenly slaughter destroyed the golden sword chi, it swept towards the gray-robed old man. However, the gray-robed old man had also comprehended the metal defense. Layers of metal walls appeared in front of him, and at the same time, a set of golden armor condensed around his body. However, all of this was unnecessary because he dodged the collapsing heavenly slaughter himself. However, he could dodge it once, but he couldn't dodge it a second time. Bahuang's sword technique, sword shatters the stars. Pooh! The gray-robed old man's golden armor was easily destroyed. In the next moment, he died just like the other man. The sword shatters the stars was extremely powerful. Even if it only had 1/3 of its true chi, it was enough to kill a 4th-grade king. If it was fully used, it could even kill a 5th-grade king. Of course, this was under the premise that it hit the opponent. The gray-robed old man's death fell into the eyes of the other 4th-grade king. In the next moment, he saw despair. Chapter 666. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Mystic Island, Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a level 4 king. The long-awaited notification finally sounded. Yi Xian originally wanted to find a group of level 4 pirates, but now, there was no need for that. Boom! 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 The commotion in the distance made Yi Xian come back to his senses. Although Song Suijing's trio had good teamwork, their opponent was still a level 4 king. If they were careless, they might fall. Thus, he had to take care of them. 3 level 2nd kings with rare attributes joining hands to fight a level 4 king was a rare sight. 10 seconds after Yi Xian dealt with the gray-robed old man, the level 4 king couldn't hold back and was struck by a heavenly punishment. Then, Song Suijing's sword chi cut him in two. The 3 raiders were all level 4 kings, but they all died at the hands of Yi Xian's group. At the same time, they also helped Yi Xian break through to level 4 king. Huhu, Yi Xian, you're finally back. Judge Song rushed over and said in a trembling voice. Are you guys alright? Yi Xian sized up the trio. We're fine. 2 days ago, a level 4 king came to attack the island. Fortunately, the island's defensive formation was strong enough. Otherwise, we would have to hide and wait for an opportunity to escape. Judge Song shook her head. Yi Xian nodded silently. Every island had a hidden exit in addition to the entrance. This was a path of retreat for the pirates. Even if the 3 level 4 kings attacked, Judge Song's trio would be able to leave through this secret passage. You guys have all broken through to level 2 king, right? Yi Xian asked again. Song Suijing nodded, yes, brother and I have already broken through. Sister Lan will also break through soon. Lan Yu was already a level 2 king. If she broke through again, she would become a level 3 king. She glanced at Yi Xian and sighed, I see that your aura has increased by a lot. You have already broken through to level 4 king, right? Not bad. Yi Xian did not hide anything. Although the fact that he could take things out of the universe ring had been exposed, it did not affect anything as long as the devouring system was not exposed. Then, he redistributed the spoils of war. The lightning attribute was given to Blue Moon, while the ice and fire attribute was given to Song Suijing and Judge Song. Now, most of the heaven and earth treasures had attributes. Refining heaven and earth treasures with corresponding attributes would greatly increase one's speed. This was especially true for rare attributes, which were faster than the 5 elements. Therefore, the cultivation speed of the 3 of them was not slow. Then are you going to Mystic Island? Song Suijing suddenly asked worriedly. We have to go, but there's no rush. Let's wait until someone takes over the island first. Yi Xian nodded. At the same time, he held Song Suijing's slender hand and comforted her, don't worry. I'm not that weak. If I were to meet Jiang Tianjin now, I would have the ability to kill him. When they first met, he told Song Suijing everything that had happened to him, including how he had been tortured by the evil Jiang Tianjin. I believe in you. Song Suijing nodded obediently. Yi Xian had broken through from the 10th stage of the martial path. He had encountered countless dangers, but hadn't he safely passed them all? Moreover, Yi Xian had the 16 layers of pulsating guard, earth-walking technique, and wind acceleration. Even if he encountered a 6th-grade king, he could still escape. Next, they stayed on Ironstone Island for a while. When the Shuntian pirates' subordinates arrived, they left. This time, Yi Xian was indeed going to Mystic Island, but for safety reasons, he still sent the 3 of them to Shuntian Island. Although Great Elder Shi Yonghao was not on Shuntian Island, He Liang was a 4th-grade king. Moreover, the island's protective formation was very strong. Even a 5th-grade king would not be able to break through that easily. Even if it was broken, the Shuntian pirates could just leave through the secret passage. In any case, the chaotic astral ocean had not been peaceful recently. At worst, they could just return to the eastern continent for a while. A few days later, Yi Xian safely sent the 3 of them to Shuntian Island. As for him, he took a nautical chart and set off for Mystic Island. Mystic Island was in the sea next to Shuntian Island. There was a 5th-grade pirate group around it. There were not many people with the Earth attribute, so the proportion of people who went to Mystic Island was not high. However, there was only one Mystic Island in the entire chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, all the Earth attribute warriors from the 3 major territories would come and try. Thus, the number of people who came was not small. Yi Xian walked straight. Along the way, he encountered a few groups of pirates and raiders that didn't care about their lives, but they were all killed by him. However, these were all level 1 and level 2 pirates, and their harvest wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. 5 days later, he finally entered the territory of the 5th-grade pirate group. Then, he went straight to Mystic Island. However, when he saw the island, he found that there were already dozens of battleships in front of him. So many pirate groups. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Sure enough, Mystic Island was quite popular. He had already seen more than 10 different pirate flags, which represented different pirate groups. Of course, these ships were only one of the pirate groups. Their purpose was to send the Earth attribute kings over. Only 4th-grade kings can withstand the strong gravity of Mystic Island. These people are all at least 4th-grade kings. Yi Xian carefully approached the island. Before he reached it, he felt several powerful auras. 5th-grade kings, even 6th-grade kings. I hope it won't attract other people's attention. Yi Xian frowned and slowly flew over. When he entered this sea, he had already put away his wings of the wind to prevent others from seeing his attributes. A wind attribute person coming to Mystic Island must be fishy. If those jealous people knew that he had 2 attributes, they might kill him. Mystic Island was a forbidden island in the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, there were no guards here. However, the mad sovereign pirates had set a rule. In order not to affect others, no one was allowed to fight around Mystic Island. Although there was a rule, pirates were cold-blooded people. If they killed 1 or 2 occasionally, who would know? Therefore, Yi Xian had to be careful. Not only that, but there was also a rule on Mystic Island. If someone fought on Mystic Island, they would be crushed into minced meat. He quietly approached and found that more than 10 people had gathered at the entrance of Mystic Island. He's out. Captain is out. Captain has been on Mystic Island for a month. I wonder if he has comprehended the gravity profound. He must have. Otherwise, why would he come out? A few people's voices came from afar. Yi Xian looked over and found that a middle-aged man was walking out of Mystic Island. Brothers, fortunately, I didn't let you down. I have successfully comprehended the gravity profound. Chapter 667. Mystic Xianxia. When the people present heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, an uproar broke out. Comprehending the gravity profound in a month? This was a genius. This middle-aged man was a level 5 king. Although he was a little old, he was definitely talented to comprehend the gravity profound in a month. After all, some level 6 kings couldn't comprehend the gravity profound even after a year. Captain, quick, let's see how powerful the gravity profound is. A level 4 king said excitedly. At this time, the middle-aged man directly activated his domain. Then, his eyes flashed. A strange energy pressed down from above, forcefully pushing a warship into the sea. Even the tallest flagpole of the warship was pushed into the sea. Walala. The middle-aged man retracted his domain. Due to the buoyancy of the water, the warship floated up again, and the seawater poured down. Great, this is really amazing. Captain has comprehended the gravity profound. His battle strength has skyrocketed. Is this the gravity profound? If I were to fight with Captain, I'm afraid I would be instantly pushed into the sea. Not only that, but he can also use the gravity profound on himself to avoid the enemy's attacks. It's really useful. Captain has comprehended the gravity profound. He will definitely be able to defeat the Golden Glory pirates. Captain is so talented. Then, he will most likely comprehend the second-level gravity profound, gravity space. At that time, not only will he have the effect of gravity, but also the effect of repulsion. It's too powerful. The surrounding people were amazed. The middle-aged man looked at the people around him and said indifferently, "Let's go. Let's apply to attack Golden Glory Island and test the power of the gravity profound." Soon, this group of people boarded the warship and left. In fact, they had already discovered Yi Xian. However, seeing that Yi Xian was so young, they assumed that he didn't have much wealth, so they were too lazy to make a move. A group of level 4 kings making a move on a kid was too degrading. However, Yi Xian heard a piece of information that he didn't know from their mouths. Gravity profound, and a second-level gravity space. In addition to gravity, there was also repulsion. Wouldn't that be the same as the wind attribute wind space? If I comprehend both gravity space and wind space, wouldn't I be invincible? Yi Xian thought to himself. Gravity space and wind space had the same effect. When the two were stacked together, the effect would be at least 2 times, 3 times, or even 4 times. That middle-aged man comprehended gravity Upanishad on his own. He didn't comprehend it after eating the mysterious weighted fruit. It seems like the pressure of the mysterious weighted island is effective. Yi Xian thought. Then, he landed at the entrance of the island and walked in. The mystic island looked like an ordinary island, but as soon as Yi Xian entered, he felt a huge pressure on his head and shoulders. If Yi Xian was an ordinary person, he would feel as if he was carrying a bag of 50 kilograms of rice. The pressure would be terrifying. If a rank 3 king came in, he would probably be kneeling on the ground by now. Yi Xian was only a 4th-grade king, so he could barely withstand the pressure. However, this kind of pressure would greatly decrease his battle prowess. Therefore, he immediately released his Jin Qi in an attempt to resist some of the pressure. However, he was too naive. True Qi was useless against this pressure. Even a rank 4 king like me can only walk. This mysterious weighted island is indeed powerful. Yi Xian was impressed. This formation was too powerful. Those who entered would find it difficult to even walk, let alone fight. After all, walking while resisting the pressure would consume a lot of energy. Those who entered did not want to waste their energy. Fortunately, I have the bloodline of the divine tree of life. No matter how long I stay here, I will be fine. Yi Xian slowly entered the mysterious weighted island. The mysterious weighted island was famous throughout the chaotic astral ocean. Many earth element kings came here because of its fame. Yi Xian saw many people on his way in. Some of these people were sitting cross-legged under trees, while others were leaning against the trees. They all closed their eyes, trying to feel the pressure of the mysterious weighted island. These places were all occupied, so Yi Xian had to find a place to rest. This mysterious weighted island was very strange. It seemed that only humans could feel the strong gravity. There was nothing special about the trees. After entering the heavy mystic island, Yi Xian walked straight through a forest. Just as he was about to find a place to carefully sense the gravity, he was shocked to discover that there was a mountain in front of him. This mountain, Yi Xian looked at the mountain in surprise. "Brother, is this your first time here?" Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around in surprise. Under a tree 100 meters away, there was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. "Yes," Yi Xian replied. "The closer you get to the mysterious weighted mountain, the stronger the pressure will be. Most of the forest we are in has level 4 pressure. If you go further, you will have level 5 and level 6 pressure. As for the mysterious weighted mountain, you will die if you don't reach level 7. Rumor has it that a level 7 king died on the mysterious weighted mountain a few days ago." The middle-aged man kindly reminded him, indicating that Yi Xian should find a place nearby to comprehend and not come any closer. "Thank you." Yi Xian nodded politely. Then, he walked to the other side and sat under a tree. The mysterious weighted fruit was a rare item on the mysterious weighted island. If someone could obtain it, they would directly comprehend the gravity profound, or even the gravity space. However, it was very rare, so people guessed that the mysterious weighted fruit might have come from the mysterious weighted mountain. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have high hopes for the mysterious weighted fruit. He felt that he could comprehend the gravity profound. He sat under the tree quietly, letting the wind blow past his face. He did not move at all. This place can improve my physique? After an hour, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that there was a slight change in his physique. No wonder the mysterious weighted island is so popular. It can improve the physique of earth element warriors. If I stay here for a month, my physique will improve a lot. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, if he had to stay here for a month, he would rather go to the sea and kill pirates. His purpose of coming here was to comprehend the gravity profound. Time passed little by little. As Yi Xian endured the enormous pressure, he continuously circulated his true energy within his body to simulate the pressure. Among the earth profound, many were related to the word Zhen. The earth pulse, the pulsating protection, and even the gravity profound could be considered as Zhen. Chapter 668. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Mad Sovereign Pirates. Finally, 6 hours after Yi Xian entered Mystic Island. Thump. The small rock in front of him suddenly trembled. His eyes widened. He did not expect that he would be able to touch the threshold of the profound meaning of gravity in just half a day. In less than 3 days, he would be able to comprehend the profound meaning of gravity. At this moment, Yi Xian took advantage of the situation and continued to try. A day later. Poof! The small stone in front of him suddenly embedded itself into the ground. Almost there. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and continued to try. He felt that he was halfway there. If he had another day, he might be able to succeed. On the second day after Yi Xian entered Mystic Island. Ding! The host has comprehended the profound meaning of gravity. When he heard the system's notification, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. After enduring the immense pressure for 2 days, he had finally comprehended the profound meaning of gravity. His affinity with the earth element had reached the superior legendary level. However, to comprehend the profound meaning of gravity, it was not something that could be comprehended with high affinity. It mainly depended on one's aptitude. Comprehending the profound meaning of gravity in 2 days was enough to prove his aptitude. He immediately used the profound meaning of gravity on the stone in front of him. Poof! The stone sank into the ground and did not even show its head. Although my realm did not increase, my strength has increased by a lot. Yi Xian laughed wildly in his heart. At this moment, brother, you comprehended the profound meaning of gravity? Suddenly, a familiar voice floated over and fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that it was the middle-aged man from before. He immediately smiled and said, "Yes. Brother, your aptitude is extraordinary. I really admire you for comprehending the profound meaning of gravity in 2 days. You are definitely the first in the history of Mystic Island." The middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the ground and exclaimed, "Senior, you flatter me." Yi Xian smiled slightly. After comprehending the gravity profound, he immediately felt the pressure around him lessen by a lot. At this moment, he was able to move freely. When they first entered the island, Yi Xian compared himself to an ordinary person who was carrying 100 kilograms of rice on his shoulders. But now, that bag of rice seemed to have been reduced to 10 kilograms. Just as the middle-aged man was about to open his mouth and ask for Yi Xian's advice, rumble. The pebble that Yi Xian had knocked into the ground suddenly shook violently and jumped out. What happened? Yi Xian hastily turned his head and looked into the distance in shock. The tremors seemed to be coming from Mount Xuanzhong. The mysterious mountain in front of him began to shake violently. Then, one by one, huge stone puppets walked down from the mysterious mountain. What is that? Many people ran out of the forest and watched in shock. At this moment, Yi Xian finally reacted. The gravity that had been weighing him down for 2 days had suddenly disappeared. What happened? Why is the pressure gone? This is the first time I've heard of this situation. What happened? What are those puppets? Are there strong people living in seclusion on the mountain? A group of people were amazed. The mysterious mountain has been here for more than a few years. Everyone thought that there was a change in the mysterious mountain, but they never heard that there was someone living on the mysterious mountain. At this time, a group of masters suddenly appeared at the entrance of the mysterious mountain. All of them were flying, and the leader was a red-haired old man. When the group of people saw the flag of the pirates, their faces turned pale. It's the crazy sovereign pirates, it's the crazy sovereign pirates. Crazy sovereign, that person is the crazy sovereign. My God, the crazy sovereign pirates actually came here. Let's go. The people in the forest suddenly made a noise and fled in all directions. The crazy sovereign pirates are the overlords of this sea. They didn't expect that he would come to the mysterious mountain in person today. Why is that? Although they don't know why the crazy sovereign came to the mysterious mountain in person, they didn't think it was a good thing to bring so many people here. It was better to leave first so that they wouldn't be affected when the battle started. Yi Xian didn't dare to be negligent and quickly ran away from the crazy sovereign pirates. The overlord of this sea actually came to the mysterious mountain in person and brought so many people with him. He must be here to fight the masters of the mysterious mountain. Yi Xian hurriedly ran 10,000 meters away. Although the level 4 king domain had a range of 40,000 meters, they still couldn't run out of the range of the crazy sovereign's domain. A single thought from the crazy sovereign could kill them all. However, who was the crazy sovereign, and who were they? In front of the crazy sovereign, they were just a group of ants, insignificant ants. Not many people would step on ants for no reason. Just as the group of level 4 and level 5 kings were looking at each other, the crazy sovereign finally spoke. "You're not coming out to greet us?" The red-haired old man shouted. In the next moment, a white-robed youth flew out of the mysterious mountain. He looked to be around 25 years old. "HM? Who are you?" The crazy sovereign frowned. He didn't know that there were other people in the mysterious mountain. "I am He Yen. The mysterious mountain is my master." The youth introduced himself. However, those words caused everyone present to frown. Master. This title was a little rare. Under normal circumstances, people would address him as master. The title of master was rarely used in situations like this. In that case, let the mysterious mountain come out. The crazy sovereign snorted coldly, not giving him any face. The white-robed youth cupped his fists and said, "Sorry, master is not seeing guests right now. If you have something to say, just tell me and I will tell master." The crazy sovereign was the overlord of this sea, and his deeds were well known throughout the chaotic astral ocean. Many people knew that the crazy sovereign was impatient and had a bad temper. But this He Yen didn't put the crazy sovereign in his eyes. How could the crazy sovereign tolerate this? In an instant, mad sovereign unfolded his domain, causing the surrounding air to become restless. A domain of more than 90,000 meters. A level 9 king. "Sir, are you going to attack?" He Yen narrowed his eyes. "Call the mysterious mountain out, or die." The crazy sovereign said arrogantly to He Yen. "Ha ha." Hearing this, He Yen didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled indifferently. In the next moment, a domain of more than 90,000 meters enveloped everyone. A level 9 king. This He Yen was also a level 9 king. What? The crazy sovereign was shocked. He hadn't expected that this young man, who looked to be around 25 years old, would be a level 9 king. Moreover, his cultivation level seemed to be higher than his. His domain had reached more than 90,000 meters, which was very close to 99,999. Chapter 669. Peak Void God Realm King. However, this He Yan's domain was even vaster than his. It had most likely reached 99,999. Peak Void God Realm King. Gulp. Wild Reverend swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He would never have thought that He Yan's cultivation level was even higher than his. Monster. What a monster. Where did this mysterious mountain master come from? His disciple is actually a peak Void God Realm King. This was what Wild Reverend and the others thought. If his disciple was a peak Void God Realm King, wouldn't his master be a Void God Realm Emperor? At this moment, Wild Reverend realized that he was in trouble. The experts behind him didn't look too good either. "Sir, why are you looking for my master?" He Yen asked with a smile. Wild Reverend adjusted his emotions and said, "Previously, a rank 7 king entered your mysterious mountain but didn't come out. Then, another rank 8 king entered but didn't come out. As luck would have it, that 8th grade king is my brother. Did you kill him?" "No, I didn't kill them. I'm waiting behind the mysterious mountain." He Yen shook his head. "Not dead?" Wild Reverend's eyes lit up. "Why did you capture them?" "Sir, please look over there." He Yen suddenly turned his head. There was a stone tablet in that direction with 4 words written on it. "Do not climb the mountain." Most importantly, no one had discovered this stone tablet before. "I already warned them, but they still came up, so I naturally had to capture them." He Yen continued. "Let them go." Wild Reverend said coldly. This time, he had come for the rank 8 king. That rank 8 king was the father of the rank 7 king, so his target was only the 2 of them. He Yen smiled. "My mysterious mountain master isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Sir Wild Reverend, it won't be that easy for me to let them go. What do you want? Wild Reverend asked subconsciously. My mysterious mountain master welcomes everyone to comprehend profound, but that doesn't include the mysterious mountain master. Sir Wild Reverend, as long as you agree to a small request of mine, I will let them go. He Yen smiled. What request? He Yen said, my Shifu likes peace and quiet. I hope that Sir Kuang Zun can give the order that no one is allowed to attack the 10 islands around the Mystic Island, and no pirates are allowed to fight in the sea. Simply put, you can't even make a big commotion. What? Wild Sovereign was stunned, and so were the others. Just this request? Moreover, wasn't this love of peace and quiet a little too much? There was a battle going on next door, so no sound could be heard. Could it be that Mount Xian Zhongshan had clairvoyant ears? All right. Wild Sovereign immediately agreed. Thank you, Sir Mad Sovereign. As He Yen spoke, he took out 2 brownish-yellow fruits from his Qian Kun ring and threw them over. These 2 weighty mystery fruits are my thanks. Wild Sovereign took the 2 fruits with a shocked expression. Heavy-weight fruit. It was the heavy-weight fruit. As long as he ate 1 arcane-weight fruit, he could directly comprehend the gravity profound, or even the gravity space. Immediately, the kings on Yi Xian's side looked on greedily. What was their purpose in coming to Mystic Island? Wasn't it to comprehend the gravity profound? Many of them had been here for months, and some had even been here for a year. The weighty mystery fruit was a shortcut. However, the 2 fruits ended up in Kuang Zun's hands. Who would dare to steal them? Not to mention mad supremacy, there were still a few level 8 kings behind him. Behind those level 8 kings, there were more than a dozen level 7 kings. Trying to steal something from Wild Sovereign was simply courting death. While everyone was still in shock, 2 more people flew out of Mystic Mountain. Wild Sovereign couldn't help but exclaim when he saw them. One of them was his brother, and the other was the 7th level king's son. The people have been released. I hope Sir Mad Sovereign can fulfill his promise. Otherwise, I will have to clean them up myself. He Yen said to Wild Sovereign. He was a 9th level king, and his realm was even higher than Wild Sovereign's. He didn't even need to lift a finger to clean up a few pirates. Alright, I will give the order immediately. Mad Zun nodded and immediately left with the masters of the Mad Zun pirates. His 8th level king's brother had entered Mystic Mountain to find his son, but he hadn't been able to come out alive. Hence, he had guessed that there was a 9th level king here. That was why he had rushed over personally. However, he would never have thought that there would be a Void God Realm Great Emperor in his territory. If that mysterious mountain master had made a move, Wild Sovereign would have died. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs. Wild Sovereign's pirates retreated from Mystic Island and quickly left. On the other side, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He had always thought that Mystic Island was formed naturally. He hadn't expected that someone was controlling it. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The others felt the same. At this moment, there were more than 100 kings around Yi Xian. All of them were 4th and 5th level kings. In the distance, there were even 6th level kings. These people all had their gazes on He Yen. The level 9 king, He Yen, casually took out 2 arcane weight fruits. These weighty mystery fruits might have been planted by him or mysterious mountain master. The kings were stunned for a few seconds. Then, someone ran over to He Yen. Senior, please give me 1 weighty mystery fruit. This person really didn't want to live anymore. He actually dared to ask a 9th level king for something. Yi Xian and the others didn't move. They were afraid that this person would anger He Yen and they would die with him. Weighty mystery fruit? He Yen smiled and said, you have hands and feet. You have to fight for it yourself. This time, because Wild Sovereign is here, the gravity has been removed. It will be back soon. Phew. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, that person who dared to ask for something had become a public enemy. He probably wouldn't live long. Oh, right. At this moment, He Yan turned his head and looked at Yi Xian and the others. My master wants to take in a junior brother. One of you has good potential. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present went crazy. He Yan's master was Mysterious Mountain Master. He was a Void God Realm Emperor. If anyone became his disciple, even Wild Sovereign would have to be wary of them. This was like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. They watched in silence. He Yan slowly raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Chapter 670. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan. Whoever can walk in front of me will be qualified to enter the mountain with me. Only one person can enter, He Yan said with a smile. Qualified. Although it was only a qualification to enter the mountain, if they succeeded, they would be able to soar to the sky. Immediately, some people lifted their feet and walked towards He Yan. He Yan was at least 10,000 meters away from this group of people. It wasn't easy to walk over while bearing the pressure. These hundreds of emperors walked toward He Yan one step at a time. Under the pressure, their footsteps were very heavy. Some people couldn't even walk 100 steps. No, the pressure is getting stronger. It's the same as before. If you want to walk over, you have to be at least a level 6 king. Only a level 6 king can slowly walk to the foot of the mountain. I'm only a level 4 king. Forget it. I'll be crushed into meat paste. I'm a level 5 king. I can give it a try. It's said that once you comprehend the gravity ultimacy, you won't be affected by the gravity and can walk to the foot of the mountain safely. Everyone was moving, but at this moment, Yi Xian was standing on the spot, pondering. Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan, an empty god realm emperor? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Previously, when he had come to the chaotic astral ocean, he had only heard that the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean might be empty god realm emperors. Now that he had seen one, he could confirm that Mad Zun wasn't an empty god realm emperor. Although the Empress and the War Emperor hadn't confirmed it, it wasn't important because Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan couldn't be them. I have the gravity ultimacy. It won't be a problem for me to walk over. If I can become Mountain Man Xian Zhongshan's disciple, it will be very beneficial for me. Yi Xian lifted his head and looked at He Yan, who was 10,000 meters away. Although they were 10,000 meters apart, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. He felt that He Yan was looking at him. Could it be that He Yan already knows that I have comprehended the ultimacy? Is that why he suggested this test? Is it just for show? A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Perhaps He Yan's finger just now was not meant for all of them, but for him. I comprehended the profound meaning of gravity 2 days ago, and Xian Zhongshan is most likely a Void God Realm Great Emperor. Perhaps he saw me embedding the stone into the ground. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he couldn't help but raise his foot and walk towards He Yan. He Yan was watching Yi Xian from 10,000 meters away. He curled his lips and said, "It took him 2 days to comprehend Gravity Upanishad. I wonder how long it will take him to comprehend gravity space." Those level 5 kings in front had already walked more than 1,000 meters. At this moment, Yi Xian had already caught up with the average king tier and was following in the footsteps of the level 5 king tiers. 100 meters or 1,000 meters was no different from 1 meter to kings like them. Yi Xian also had earth traversing, so he could easily cross 1,000 meters with a single step. To him, 10,000 meters was just a matter of a blink of an eye. However, on this island, 10,000 meters was a difficult task. Forget it, let's go. Yi Xian, who was sandwiched between level 4 and level 5 kings, suddenly sped up and overtook the group of level 5 kings. Then, he overtook the few level 6 kings. What? Everyone was shocked. Running on Xianzhongshan Island? Even level 6 kings could only jog and run on the outskirts of the island. However, Yi Xian could cross 1,000 meters with a single step. Before anyone could react, Yi Xian was already in front of He Yan. Profound meaning of gravity. These 4 words flashed through everyone's minds. Only those who had comprehended profound meaning of gravity could ignore the gravity of Xianzhongshan Island and run all the way there. Alright, someone is here. He Yan smiled at Yi Xian and said, don't hold it against him. He comprehended profound meaning of gravity in 2 days, so his talent is 10 times stronger than yours. Only true geniuses are qualified to be my teacher's disciple. Once those words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Comprehending profound meaning of gravity in 2 days. This was another monstrous genius. F***ck, I've been on Xianzhongshan Island for a few months, but I've only just touched the threshold of profound meaning of gravity. A level 6 king cursed in his heart. Not only that, but the others also felt the same way. They were all wondering why the gap between people was so huge. However, this world was unfair. Some people had high talent, while others had low talent. Some people were born into a big power and had everything, while others had to work hard to make ends meet. What's your name? He Yan asked. Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. Alright, follow me. Since you've comprehended profound meaning of gravity, you can fly on Xianzhongshan Island, He Yan said to Yi Xian, then turned around and flew towards Xianzhongshan Island. Rumble. The 10 huge stone puppets also started to move and walked towards Xianzhongshan Island. Yi Xian followed behind He Yan and looked at the stone puppets. He felt that any of the stone puppets could trample him into meat paste. Each of these puppets can easily tear a peak king into pieces, He Yan explained. They all belong to Mountain Man Xianzhongshan? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. When He Yan heard this, he shook his head and said, no, they're small toys that I made. What? Yi Xian was stunned. These puppets that could easily tear a peak empty God Realm King into pieces were not made by Mountain Man Xianzhongshan, but by He Yan. He started to doubt He Yan's strength. A peak empty God Realm King was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to make such puppets. He wondered if He Yan had concealed his strength and had already broken through to the empty God Realm Great Emperor Realm. Soon, he followed He Yan into Xianzhongshan Island. At the same time, he saw many stone puppets. He counted and found that there were more than 100 of them. Oh my God, if these stone puppets were to kill their way out, the entire chaotic astral ocean would be in chaos. Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. If these giant rock puppets were as strong as He Yan said, then even if Mad King, Empress, and Zhan Huang were to join forces, they would still be wiped out in minutes. He Yan led Yi Xian straight in. Then, Yi Xian saw a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff was a bamboo forest with a small wooden hut in it. Master, I've brought him. He Yan shouted at the wooden hut. In the next moment, the door of the wooden house was opened, and a spirited old man walked out from inside. Mountain Man Xianzhongshan. You're finally here. Take a seat. The old man looked at Yi Xian with a smile and pointed at a stone table outside the hut. Yi Xian flew over and cupped his fists after landing. Chapter 671. Disintegration profound. You should know that I was the one who created this island. The entire island is within my domain, Mountain Man Xianzhongshan said. Yi Xian had long since guessed this. He silently nodded his head. Mountain Man Xianzhongshan continued, then do you know why I did this? Why? Yi Xian shook his head in confusion. It's simple. I'm looking for an earth attribute genius, Mountain Man Xianzhongshan said. When he saw Yi Xian's expression, he continued, I won't tell you the reason for now, but if you agree, I can take you in as an in-name disciple. However, an unnamed disciple can only receive my guidance and not anything substantial. Just guidance? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. However, guidance was enough. After all, Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong was a void god realm great emperor. Yi Xian is willing. Yi Xian immediately nodded. Very good. Then you will be my 13th unnamed disciple. Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong said, before you, there were already 12. You are the 13th. Their aptitudes aren't bad. Under my guidance, they all comprehended the gravity profound in less than 7 days. Less than 7 days. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, without Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong's guidance, he had only spent 2 days to comprehend the gravity profound. His aptitude was definitely the best among the 13. Alright, then I'll give you your first lesson today. Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong paused and asked, Yi Xian, do you know the earth attributes profound? Throbbing pulse of the earth, earth traversing technique, strength, gravity, Yi Xian answered without hesitation. Now, he had fully comprehended all 4 profound meanings. That's right. It's these 4. Tell me more about their branch profound, Mountain Man Xian Zhongzhong said. A branch power Upanishad was a second-level power Upanishad. The second-level profound of the throbbing pulse of the earth is called pulsating protection. The second-level profound of the strength profound is called lifting heavy as light. The third-level profound of the lightness profound is called lifting light as heavy. The second-level profound of the earth walking technique is called shrinking ground. The second-level profound of the gravity profound is called gravitational space. Yi Xian answered honestly. That's right, but you missed one. Hermit Xian Zhongshan chuckled and said, if the earth-throbbing pulse reaches its peak and breaks through once more, then you'll be able to comprehend a new profundity called collapse. Collapse? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this. Very few people know about this ultimacy. Even that mad sovereign probably hasn't heard of it. Hermit Xian Zhongshan's gaze landed on Yi Xian. I've taken you in as an unnamed disciple, so I don't need you to do anything for now. If you comprehend this collapse profound in the future, return to Mount Xian Zhongshan. I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Yi Xian frowned. Why did he need to comprehend collapse before he could help? My aptitude isn't good, and my comprehension of the throbbing pulse of the earth isn't high enough. I'm afraid I won't be able to comprehend collapse profound in this lifetime. That's why I took in He Yen and the 13 of you. You can think of it as me casting a wide net, but profundities aren't just based on one's realm. Some people are already 9th grade kings but still can't comprehend the gravity profound. It's even possible for them to comprehend the strength profound. Hermit Xian Zhongshan paused for a moment before continuing, after you, I'll continue to take in earth attribute geniuses until someone comprehends collapse. Simply put, I'll be in charge of guiding you. When you comprehend collapse profound, come and help me, and I'll give you a satisfactory revenge. Now, Yi Xian understood. However, something that even Hermit Xian Zhongshan couldn't do was probably very different. Now, you still have a chance to change your mind. You've already comprehended the gravity profound, so you can leave empty Xian Zhongshan immediately. However, if you encounter earth attribute geniuses, please introduce them to empty Xian Zhongshan, Hermit Xian Zhongshan said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian sat there, deep in thought. Senior, I want to know how deep your comprehension of earth attribute profundities is. What kind of guidance can you give me? Yi Xian asked. Although comprehension of profundities and cultivation mainly depended on oneself, Hermit Xian Zhongshan was a void god realm great emperor, so he should have some confidence in this. I can give you a cultivation manual and teach you a mid-grade void god martial art. This will be of great help to your comprehension of the throbbing pulse of the earth. At the same time, I'm confident that I can help you comprehend the gravity space profound within a month. Hermit Xian Zhongshan answered. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he watched in disbelief. A Void God Realm Great Emperor's Cultivation Manual. The Throbbing Pulse of the Earth, a mid-grade Void God martial art. The Gravity Space Profound. These three things were very important to him. Any one of them could cause a huge battle. At this time, He Yan, who was standing at the side, suddenly said, "Yi Xian, look over here." Yi Xian turned his head and saw a stone beside He Yan's feet suddenly rise. Then, it started to jump left and right as though it had a life of its own. This is the Gravity Space Profound. In your territory, if the enemy wants to retreat, you can use the repulsive force to stop him. If he wants to land, you can use the repulsive force to go up. If he wants to fly, you can use the repulsive force to go down. At this point, He Yan paused and said, "When you concentrate all the repulsive force on the enemy, bang." Suddenly, the stone beside him exploded with a loud boom. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as an unprecedented expression of excitement flashed through his eyes. This Gravity Space Profound was really too strong. "Alright, I agree." Yi Xian nodded. Now, he was considered to be Hermit Xian Zhongshan's unofficial disciple. Hermit Xian Zhongshan nodded satisfactorily. He threw 2 books to Yi Xian and said, "My Cultivation Manual and Medium Void God Realm martial skills are here. You can read it for a few days. When you want to learn the gravity space or have any questions, you can look for He Yan. He can answer all your questions." "Yes." Yi Xian replied. Although Hermit Xian Zhongshan had thrown him to He Yan, he did not think much of it. He Yan was a grade 9 king. He was enough to teach him. "Junior brother Yi, follow me." He Yan flew up and Yi Xian followed. Then, He Yan brought him to the edge of the cliff and said, "You can open up a cave. If you want to leave Mystic Island, just let me know. I live there." "Alright, thank you, senior brother," Yi Xian said gratefully. He had the earth territory and could control the soil and stones. He did not need to dig. With a thought, a hole appeared in the stone wall in the next moment. Then, he rushed in. Chapter 672. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation strength skyrocketed. Yi Xian's cave dwelling was very simple. Other than the entrance, he had opened up a large open space. Ding! The host has learned 36 overlapping shadows. The current level is 10%. This was the mid-grade virtual god martial art that Hermit Xian Zhongzhong had given him. The 36 overlapping shadows was considered a sword technique, but it could be performed with other weapons as well. It could be performed with a sword, a saber, or even a staff. At that moment, Yi Xian took out a mid-grade virtual god weapon and began to cultivate. At 10%, he could only slash out 3 times in an instant. However, as his cultivation increased, he could slash out 6 times, 9 times, and even 12 times in an instant. After a few days, he could slash out 33 of the 36 overlapping shadows in an instant. He had reached 90% mastery. He was only 10% away from 100% mastery. At that time, he would be able to create 36 overlapping shadows. This martial art is really good. Although I need to slash out dozens of times, if I am fast enough, I can create 36 layers of vibrations. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. If he were to use the 36 overlapping shadows and combine it with the 16 layers of the Earth's pulse, its power would be several times stronger than the colossal heavenly kill slash. This was not because the 36 overlapping shadows was a mid-grade virtual god martial art, but because this martial art was almost tailor-made for the Earth's pulse. Together with Hermit Xian Zhongzhong's cultivation notes, Yi Xian now had a deep understanding of the Earth's pulse. He could transform into the 32 layers of the Earth's pulse at any time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach 100% mastery by just cultivating. I should go out and find someone to fight. Yi Xian thought as he walked out of his cave dwelling. Coincidentally, He Yan also left the cave dwelling. Junior brother, how is it after cultivating for a few days? He Yan asked. Yes, I have mastered 36 overlapping shadows to 90% mastery, Yi Xian nodded and said. He Yan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Junior brother is really talented. In just a few days, you have mastered this martial art to 90% mastery. Come, spar with me. After he finished speaking, he took out a long sword. Yi Xian was also worried about not having an opponent. Although He Yan was a level 9 king and he was only a level 4 king, he knew He Yan would definitely go easy on him. Senior brother, be careful. Yi Xian also took out a mid-grade ethereal divine weapon and attacked. 33 overlapping shadows. Throbbing pulse of the world's 16 layered waves. Yi Xian had unleashed 33 stacked shadows in an instant, but because he was too fast, the 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the world were unable to contain all of his attacks. Boom! 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 One attack after another landed on He Yan's longsword, but He Yan was able to receive them without being affected. As expected of a 9th grade king. Yi Xian was shocked. At the same time, He Yan was also a little surprised. He praised, Junior brother is indeed amazing. The 33 overlapping shadows actually contain 3 pulses of the earth. Again. Boom. 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 Loud rumbling sounds kept spreading. Yi Xian kept attacking He Yan, but He Yan kept blocking and explaining to Yi Xian. Yi Xian listened to his advice and improved little by little. From 3 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world to 4 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, in just a little over an hour, his battle strength had doubled. With the guidance of an expert, there was no need to take too many wrong paths. Alright, take a break. After receiving one of Yi Xian's 33 overlapping shadows that contained 7 pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, He Yan couldn't help but say. Yi Xian stopped. He was very excited. These 36 overlapping shadows were really too powerful. If he cultivated them to the peak and all 36 shadows contained pulses of the throbbing pulse of the world, even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to withstand his sword. Senior brother, in our battle just now, master. Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. Don't worry. Master has a soundproof array, and so does empty Xian Zhongshan. Our voices won't be heard. He Yan said, Junior brother, are you not interested in the gravitational space? Gravitational space? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the gravitational space profound wasn't any weaker than the 36 overlapping shadows. It seems that Junior brother has forgotten. Follow me. He Yan smiled faintly and led the way. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. Empty Xian Zhongshan had said that he was confident that Yi Xian could comprehend the gravitational space profound within a month. Comprehending the gravitational space within a month? If others heard this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, since empty Xian Zhongshan had said so, he naturally had his own way. Soon, Yi Xian, who was following behind He Yan, entered a cave. There was nothing special about this cave, but the interior was extremely spacious. It was roughly a square of 1,000 meters. Senior brother, this is. Yi Xian looked around but didn't find anything. You can prepare first. Once you're ready, we'll start training. Once we start, we can't stop until you comprehend the gravitational space profound, He Yan said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Senior brother, I'm ready. Hearing this, He Yan smiled faintly and said, in that case, you can stand in the middle. Yi Xian didn't ask anything and directly walked to the middle of the cave. Are you ready? Yes. Yi Xian answered. Huh. He Yan smiled and stood there quietly. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly flew up. What? Yi Xian was shocked and immediately reacted. He Yan was using the gravitational space profound. But as soon as he reacted, his body quickly retreated, then down, left, back, right. This was He Yan's training method. You can't use wind manipulation to fly, or the time will be reset. Oh, forget it, you can't use it anyway, He Yan said. Halfway through his sentence, he had already activated the flight restriction formation on empty Xian. F***ck. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't use wind manipulation to fly. He Yan flipped him upside down and sent him flying around the huge cave. Comprehend the gravitational space profound. Otherwise, you'll have to stay like this, even if you faint. He Yan's voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't even know which direction he was facing. However, he felt that this method was quite effective. It was easiest to comprehend the gravitational space in the gravitational space. The gravitational space was an extension of the gravitational space profound, so to comprehend the gravitational space, one had to use the gravitational space profound. However, the gravitational space profound could only be directed downwards, but it couldn't form a repulsive force. That's right, use the gravitational space profound. You've just comprehended the gravitational space profound, so you're not very familiar with it yet. Once you're familiar with it, you'll find a repulsive force. Chapter 673. Gravity space, that's right. Use the profound meaning of gravity. You have just comprehended the profound meaning of gravity and are not very familiar with it. Once you are familiar with it, you will discover a repulsive force. While He Yan was ravaging Yi Xian, he explained to him. If Yi Xian were to comprehend everything He Yan said, he would need a very long time. The teacher led the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. Yi Xian could only rely on himself now. No, this is not the right time to use it. Yes, stabilize your body first. Good, good. Very good. You are already familiar with the profound meaning of gravity. In these 3 days, Yi Xian had been toyed with by He Yan. He had visited every corner of the cave. Moreover, He Yan had controlled it well. Yi Xian had been in the air for 3 days. During this time, Yi Xian had fainted a few times. Fortunately, he could fly after reaching the spirit realm. If He Yan had toyed with a spirit realm cultivator like this, he would have spat out his heart. Under He Yan's guidance, Yi Xian only spent 3 days to familiarize himself with the profound meaning of gravity. He had completed what others had taken several years to do. Not only that, he had also discovered a secret. Amazing! You discovered the secret of the repulsive force so quickly. He Yan could not help but praise. As Yi Xian tossed and turned, he pondered. He discovered that the profound meaning of gravity had a pattern. The profound meaning of gravity would always descend from above his head. If he stood opposite an enemy and used the profound meaning of gravity, the enemy would be pushed down. If he used the profound meaning of gravity with his head facing the ground and his feet facing the sky, it would become a repulsive force. The enemy would be pushed up into the sky. This was the repulsive force. As long as he understood this, the path would be much easier. Now that I can use the repulsive force in all directions, as long as I combine them, it will become the gravity space. Yi Xian's eyes twinkled. However, this last step was not so easy. Fortunately, with He Yan, Yi Xian did not have to take many detours. On the 7th day after Yi Xian discovered the repulsive force, a notification finally rang out in his mind. Ding! Host has comprehended the gravity space profound. Finally, he understood. I will. Yi Xian, who had comprehended the gravitational space, hurriedly used it and turned his body upside down. He Yan suddenly raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "You've comprehended it?" In the past month, other than the time when Yi Xian was standing in the air, this was the only time that Yi Xian was standing in the air like he was flying. Thank you, senior brother. I have already comprehended it. Yi Xian stood in the air and cupped his fists at He Yan. The next moment, a rock near He Yan's feet flew into the air, and then, boom! The stone exploded into powder. Gravity suppression, he has indeed comprehended it. He Yan was now certain. This move was to create a repulsive force with the target in the shape of a circle, oppressing the enemy from all directions and crushing the enemy's body. Yi Xian's confidence soared again. If it was a one-on-one situation, his opponent would be restrained even if they didn't explode and die. Even if they could break free with their realm, their mobility would be greatly reduced. At that time, the enemy would be a live target. With my current strength, I should be able to easily kill a 6th-grade king, right? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. At this time, He Yan exclaimed in admiration, "Junior brother's aptitude is really good. When I first comprehended the gravity space profound, it took me 11 days. Junior brother, you are 1 day faster than me." 11 days? Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, when he remembered that He Yan was already a 9th-grade king, he calmed down a lot. That Jiang Tianjin was not worth mentioning in front of He Yan. Of course, He Yan had a good master. If Jiang Tianjin entered the Sword God Palace, his speed would soar. However, Yi Xian didn't know that He Yan still had a secret in his heart. He Yan had indeed spent 11 days comprehending the gravity space profound, but he had done it on his own. As for Yi Xian, with He Yan's guidance, he had taken countless shortcuts. If Yi Xian had comprehended the gravity space profound on his own, it would have taken him at least half a year. Moreover, He Yan was not a peak king like he had imagined. Now, Yi Xian's strength was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than when he had entered the Mystic Mountains. Even if he had to face a 7th-grade king, he wouldn't be afraid. Junior brother, now that you have comprehended the gravity space profound, do you want to continue staying in the Mystic Mountains or go out for a walk? He Yan asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he had left the Shantian Island for a month. It was time to go back and take a look. I want to go out and give it a try. Yi Xian replied. He Yan nodded, all right, then go. You can break through faster in a real battle. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come back to the Mystic Mountains Island at any time. Yes, senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he directly left the Mystic Mountains Island. When the kings outside saw that Yi Xian could fly on the Mystic Mountains Island, they were all envious. At this time, the mad sovereign pirates had already given the order to clear out more than 10 islands around the Mystic Mountains Island. No pirate groups were allowed to enter. At the same time, no one dared to cause trouble in the surrounding sea. The sea was calm and peaceful, and many merchant ships had left. Let's go back to the Shantian Island first, then help to expand the sea route. Yi Xian thought to himself as he flew towards the Shantian Island. Now that he had comprehended the gravity space profound, he could use the gravity space profound to increase his speed. His speed was probably even faster than a 6th-grade king. Soon, he saw the Shantian Island. However, when he saw the Shantian Island, he discovered that there was a pirate group attacking the island. The island is under attack? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he immediately flew over. At this time, on the Shantian Island. Damn it, the Great Elder is not here. This is troublesome. The leader of the Shantian pirates, He Liang, had a gloomy expression. There were only 2 4th-grade kings in the Shantian Island. Lan Yu and the other 2 could be counted as a 4th-grade king. However, this time, there were 2 5th-grade kings and 4 4th-grade kings attacking the Shantian Island. This group of pirates was at level 5. Grandpa He, what should we do? Lan Yu looked at He Liang worriedly. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely be able to fight. However, they could not withstand a single wave of attacks. If the island's protective array was broken, they would be killed instantly. Now that the protective array was about to be broken, they had to make a decision. Ha ha ha, Shantian pirates, what a coincidence. My name is the Heaven-Defying Pirates, and yours is the Shantian Pirates. If I don't attack you, who should I attack? A burst of loud laughter came from outside the Shantian island. Chapter 674. Against the Heavens Pirates. Against the Heavens Pirates, although they have 2 level 5 kings, they are only a level 4 pirate regiment, so they can attack Shantian Island. A level 3 pirate regiment can control an island, level 4 has 2, and level 5 has 3. Although they didn't level up and can control one less island, it can be very convenient. Damn it, let's go, we will withdraw from Shantian Island and start again. He Liang suddenly made a decision. Where there is life, there is hope. As long as they don't die, they can take down another island and use it as a stronghold. At this time, He Liang left with the Shantian pirates, ready to go to Ironstone Island. However, at this time, boom! Suddenly, a different sound came from outside Shantian Island. It wasn't that the island's barrier was broken, but that someone attacked the Against the Heavens pirates. What? Lan Yu and the others turned their heads in horror and found that the experts of the Against the Heavens pirates stopped attacking the island's barrier and began to move quickly. It's Yi Xian is back! Judge Song exclaimed. Everyone looked and sure enough, there was a familiar voice shuttling through the crowd of the Against the Heavens pirates. Yi Xian. Outside Shantian Island. You guys are really bold, go to hell. Yi Xian held Bahuang's sword and began to attack crazily. At this time, his domain has surrounded the entire Against the Heavens pirates. Using the gravity space profound meaning, he forced those people to gather together. 33 overlapping shadows. A sword light quickly swept out, and those kings and ordinary crew members who were lined up in the gravity space were directly cut in half. Against the Heavens pirates, 2 level 5 kings, 4 level 4 kings, and dozens of level 3 kings. However, in less than 2 seconds after Yi Xian approached, more than half of them were killed and injured. So strong, how can he be a level 4 king? The captain of the Against the Heavens pirates was shocked. Together with another level 5 king, they roared and rushed toward Yi Xian. You overestimate yourself. Die! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he directly sent out a 33 overlapping shadow towards the captain of the heaven-defying pirates. Within these 33 overlapping shadows, 10 of them contained the earth pulse, and even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to receive them. At the same time, Yi Xian shrunk the gravity space and concentrated it on another level 5 king. The repulsive force from countless angles was all pressing down on this rank 5 king. What, the level 5 king paused for a moment, and in the next moment, his body exploded. Bang! A rain of blood fell from the sky. At the same time, the head of the Against the Heaven pirates was also killed by the 33 stacked shadows. 2 grade 5 kings had fallen in an instant. You 4, don't even think about running away. Yi Xian put away the 2 Qian Kun rings and rushed over. In less than 2 seconds, he killed the remaining 4 kings. The king level and virtual god level crew members of the heaven-defying pirates were stunned. Their boss had actually been killed by a 4th grade king. Moreover, he hadn't been able to resist at all. Who was this person? The level 1 to 3 kings wanted to run, but they were in Yi Xian's territory. The gravity space ultimacy made it impossible for them to even turn around. They could only look at Yi Xian in horror. You people, do you choose to submit or die? Yi Xian's cold voice fell into everyone's ears. They looked at each other and said in unison, we choose to submit. What a joke. Even a level 5 king could only be killed by Yi Xian. The strongest among them was only a level 3 king. Resist? Were they tired of living? Very good. Yi Xian was very satisfied. This time, not only did he get 6 Qian Kun rings, but he also subdued dozens of kings. This was a great harvest. If it was before, he would only be able to kill 2 level 5 kings, but the rest would definitely run away. However, with the gravity space ultimacy, his combat strength had increased greatly. Not only could he kill a level 5 king easily, but he could also intimidate everyone. At this time, the protective formation of the island suddenly opened, and a few figures rushed out. Yi Xian, you came back just in time. Otherwise, we would have left through the secret passage. Song Suijing threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. In the chaotic astral ocean, every island had a secret passage. These secret passages first led to the ocean and then came out from a hidden seabed. Unless it was a pirate group that had occupied Shantian Island, ordinary people would not know the location of the secret passages and where they led to. Are you all okay? Yi Xian asked hurriedly. We're fine. Song Suijing shook her head. At this time, Elder He also rushed over. Immediately, Yi Xian shouted to the kings of the heaven-defying pirates in front of him, "This is the leader of my Shantian pirates. From now on, your heaven-defying pirates will join my Shantian pirates. If there is anyone with bad intentions, kill without mercy." The reason why he was able to kill 2 level 5 kings and 4 level 4 kings was because He Liang was only a level 4 king. Now that the Great Elder was not here, He Liang could not suppress the 4 kings, so Yi Xian killed him. Yes. The kings and ordinary members of the heaven-defying pirates immediately responded in unison. This time, the crisis was safely passed. Fortunately, Yi Xian came back in time. Otherwise, Shantian Island would have been occupied. At this time, the enforcer of the sea in charge of this island attack also rushed over. He held a few portraits in his hand and compared them. You were the ones who attacked Ironstone Island that day? The enforcer of the sea asked. Yes, it was us. Yi Xian understood that this enforcer of the sea was a member of the crazy sovereign pirates, so he did not hide it. On behalf of the crazy sovereign pirates, I sincerely invite you to join us. The enforcer of the sea immediately said. He received the report before and then reported the news of Yi Xian's group. However, because Yi Xian disappeared after occupying Ironstone Island, the enforcer of the sea had been looking for him for a long time. Today, they finally found him. This is something that Yi Xian can't avoid. After all, he has already shown up and helped the Shantian pirates to survive the crisis. If he does not agree, the crazy sovereign will find trouble with the Shantian pirates. Okay, I will join. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the enforcer of the sea grinned, but just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian added, however, only I will join. Their realm is too low. Okay. The enforcer of the sea nodded. He is a level 6 king, and Yi Xian's strength is probably enough to fight with him. As for Blue Moon and the other two, although their attributes are rare, they have not yet matured and their battle strength is insufficient. Chapter 675. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin reject. Now that Yi Xian had joined the revered Mad Pirates, no one would dare to mess with the Shantian pirates. This would be beneficial for opening up a new route. At that moment, He Liang invited this law enforcer to Shantian Island to sit down. At the same time, Yi Xian also distributed the spoils of war. He was now focusing on nurturing Song Suijing and the others. After all, if Duan Muyun were to leave the warlord palace, the strongest person would only be a level 5 king, and that would be the vice palace master Lan Yao and the grand elder Shi Yonghao. If Song Suijing and the others could become level 4 kings, they might even be able to contend with the Jianghu family patriarch. At this time, in a city on Shantian Island, Yi Xian and the enforcer were discussing some matters. Yi Xian, this is the list of benefits that the higher-ups have given you. Take a look. The enforcer handed a list to Yi Xian and said, this list is based on your strength at the time. Now that you are strong again, you will only receive more, not less. Yi Xian glanced at it and found that the rules were very good. He could choose to become an enforcer or form a pirate group and kill his way to other territories. Of course, he could also act alone and become a raider. On this list, it was also stated that Yi Xian could choose 3 small islands. These 3 islands couldn't be attacked, and Shantian Island met the requirements. At the same time, he would also receive a large amount of treasures. Every time he completed a mission, not only would he not have to hand over his earnings, he would also receive generous rewards. "What do you think?" the enforcer asked. "Not bad." Yi Xian nodded and said, "I choose to become a raider." His strength had improved too quickly. It would be a burden to lead a pirate group, so he felt that it was better to act alone. "Good. Come with me to the headquarters. Sir Revered Mad Pirate is forming a raider team. You will be able to make it in time." The enforcer nodded. "Leave immediately?" Yi Xian was slightly startled. "Then I will inform the others." "Okay, I will wait for you outside." Now, Yi Xian had joined the Guangzhou pirates, so he had to listen to orders. However, as one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, Wild Revered definitely had more information than him. Becoming a raider was a good opportunity for him to level up and make a breakthrough. At that moment, Yi Xian bid farewell to Song Suijing and the other 2 and left with the enforcers of the sea. The spoils he obtained before have already been distributed to the 3 of them. Song Suijing and Judge Song can use this opportunity to break through to the 3rd grade king realm. Moreover, after he went to the headquarters, there would be a batch of treasures sent to Shantian Island. Shantian Island would be protected because of this. Although Yi Xian was only a Class 4 king, he had the wind acceleration and the gravity space profound. With the combination of the 2, his speed was even faster than the maritime enforcer. In order to save time, he also used the gravity space profound meaning to help the enforcers of the sea. In 5 days, they had crossed more than half of the sea and arrived at the headquarters. This Class 6 king handed Yi Xian over to the people of the headquarters and left. The one who received Yi Xian was a Class 7 king named Du Jun. He could be considered one of the higher-ups of the Guangzhou pirates. Oh! Not only does he have the wind attribute, but he also has the earth attribute and has comprehended the gravity space profound meaning? Du Jun was also shocked when he found out about Yi Xian's current strength. The news that came that day was that Yi Xian had attacked Ironstone Island. However, the enforcers of the sea had estimated that Yi Xian was at most a Class 4 king. However, they didn't expect that Yi Xian had a second attribute and had comprehended the gravity space profound meaning. This was something that had never been heard of before. "You have great potential. Follow me to see Sir Guangzhou," Du Jun said to Yi Xian. A Class 4 king with dual attributes and gravity space profound meaning. If such a genius was nurtured, his battle strength would be extremely high. "You want to see Guangzhou?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and followed Du Jun. Now, he wasn't someone without background. He was an in-name disciple of Mysterious Mountain. Although he was just an in-name disciple, Guangzhou had personally gone to Mysterious Mountain and knew how strong Mysterious Mountain was. Hence, Guangzhou would definitely give him some face. The headquarters of the Guangzhou pirates was also an island. However, this island could move. Under this island, there was a deep-sea giant turtle that was comparable to a Class 8 king. This deep-sea giant turtle was Guangzhou's pet. Simply put, Yi Xian was currently on the back of this deep-sea giant turtle. With Du Jun leading the way, Yi Xian entered the interior of the Guangzhou pirates. There were many experts here. Even though they had restrained themselves, Yi Xian could still feel dozens of powerful auras. They were all at least Class 7 kings, and there were even Class 8 kings among them. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that if he could destroy this Guangzhou pirates, he could at least become a Class 8 king, right? It was a pity that he wasn't strong enough now. Not to mention Guangzhou, who was close to a peak king, these people alone were enough to kill him. Soon, Du Jun led Yi Xian into a luxurious castle. Here, Yi Xian could feel a few more powerful auras. Among these people, there might be Class 9 kings. There were 3 overlords in the chaotic astral ocean, but that didn't mean that there were only 3 Class 9 kings. In fact, there were a few more. Some of these people had gone into seclusion, while others had joined forces with the 3 overlords. There were indeed 2 Class 9 kings in the Guangzhou pirates. Leader, there is someone here that you might be interested in meeting. Du Jun led Yi Xian to a large door and shouted inside. In the next moment, the magnificent door was opened. A red-robed middle-aged man was sitting inside, and beside him was a white-robed young man. Yi Xian had seen this red-haired middle-aged man before. He was Guangzhou, a Class 9 king. Who is it? Guangzhou asked in surprise. Du Jun brought Yi Xian in and handed over a sheepskin scroll. Dual attribute, gravitational space? Guangzhou's eyes lit up. Among his subordinates, there was also a dual attribute user. That dual attribute user was only able to obtain a twin fruit after 8 lifetimes of luck. Who would have thought that there would be another one? How did you comprehend gravitational space? Guangzhou suddenly turned and asked. I comprehended it on Mystic Island, Yi Xian replied. Guangzhou narrowed his eyes and asked again, were you there when I went to Mystic Island? Yes. It was also on that day that I was accepted as a disciple by Mountain Master Xianzun. Yi Xian said directly. He didn't say that he was just a disciple in name. After all, he had to pull the banner of the Void God Realm Great Emperor Xianzun. Mountain Master Xianzun's disciple? Chapter 676. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin attacking the island alone. Master isn't interested in this, he just wants peace and quiet. So, after I comprehended the gravity space profound, I decided to go out and train. Yi Xian replied. Wild Sovereign hesitated. If Yi Xian didn't have a strong background, he would be able to nurture him and become one of his generals in the future. However, Yi Xian was the disciple of a Void God Realm Great Emperor. If something happened to Yi Xian and Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan found out, he would be in trouble. You can be a law enforcer, but not a raider. Wild Sovereign refused. Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan was a Void God Realm Great Emperor, he couldn't bear the risk of something happening to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was helpless, he didn't expect Wild Sovereign to be so afraid of Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan. In that case, this junior will take his leave. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Being a law enforcer? What a joke. Being a law enforcer was to wait for the raiders to come before he could act. If he chose to be a raider, he could directly invade the other 2 territories and attack the island. This way, he could level up much faster. Yi Xian turned to leave, Du Jun glanced at Wild Sovereign and hurried to follow. As for Wild Sovereign, he didn't stop him. If Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan was only a Void God Realm King, Wild Sovereign wouldn't be afraid, but he was a Void God Realm Great Emperor. A Void God Realm Great Emperor, even if he didn't attack, could kill many peak kings with his will alone. After thinking for a while, Wild Sovereign decided to give up. If he really angered Mountain Master Xian Zhongshan, his foundation would be destroyed in a day. Send someone to seal off Shantian Island, and send a few law enforcers to guard it. Battle Emperor's people have been too rampant recently, don't let anything happen. Wild Sovereign said to the white-robed youth beside him. The area around Shantian Island was very barren, so high-level raiders wouldn't go there. 1 or 2 level 6 kings would be enough. Wild Sovereign didn't want to make Yi Xian an enemy. Soon, Yi Xian left the Guangzhou pirates. He joined because he was afraid that Guangzhou would find trouble with Blue Moon and the others. Now that Guangzhou didn't agree, he was relieved. Before leaving, the Shantian pirates were preparing to move to the Anhu Island. That island was very small and barren. At most, there would only be level 3rd kings who would come looking for trouble. Hence, he wasn't worried. At this time, he was already heading to another territory by himself. The 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean were the Mad Sovereign, the War Emperor, and the Female Monarch. Among them, the Female Monarch had always been neutral, and her territories were relatively peaceful compared to the other 2. On the other hand, Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang had been fighting each other for many years, but there was still no clear victor. Rumor had it that Yi Xian had sent a group of raiders to the War Emperor's territory to cause trouble. That was why he chose to go to the Empress territory instead of the War Emperor's. Tranquility was what suited him. Relying on the wind acceleration and gravity profound, Yi Xian's flying speed was very fast. However, it still took him a full 10 days to reach the Empress territory. At this time, Yi Xian was flying toward an island with an outdated nautical map in his hand. Kaiyang Island, occupied by a level 4 pirate group. Yi Xian confirmed his target. The situation in the chaotic astral ocean was very unstable. Every day, there would be new islands being occupied by new powers. Hence, there were many places where his map wasn't accurate, but it wouldn't be too far off. The island of a level 4 pirate group generally doesn't change much, unless the pirate group attacked a better island and moved there. Coincidentally, the island was captured by a level 5 pirate group. However, it didn't matter whether it was level 4 or level 5. Very soon, Yi Xian arrived at Kaiyang Island. However, he didn't need to be like Judge Song and Song Sui Jing. With his strength, breaking the formation of a small island wasn't a problem. He took out his Bahuang sword and aimed it at the island's protective formation. Bahuang sword art, sword cleaving Bahuang. Even a level 6 king wouldn't be able to block this attack. However, a level 6 king could easily break the island's protective formation. Hence, this attack was enough to break the island's protective formation. Whoosh! With various amplifications, the sword-cleaving Bahuang sword's power was extremely great. It directly hit the island's protective formation. Pang! The island's protective formation shook violently. Immediately, a huge entrance was broken open. Enemy attack! Someone on Kaiyang Island immediately shouted. They didn't receive any news of an attack, so it must be a raider. However, by the time this level 4 pirate group discovered it, Yi Xian had already killed his way into Kaiyang Island. Tisk, tsk, tisk, Yi Xian sneered as he started to move. His speed was so fast that no one could catch up with him. His goal was very clear, which was the interspatial ring. Of course, if there were some who had bad mouths, he wouldn't mind sending them to hell. In Kaiyang Island, there was a bloody storm. Yi Xian quickly found the leader of this pirate group by sensing his aura. 5 minutes later, this pirate group was ransacked, and Yi Xian had already left Kaiyang Island. Not bad, not bad. 3 level 4 kings. When Yi Xian left Kaiyang Island, his face was full of smiles. A level 4 pirate group was ransacked by him, and he gained a lot. At this moment, he was very close to becoming a level 5 king. Immediately, he left again. This was because Kaiyang Island was ransacked, and the law enforcers on the sea nearby would definitely be notified. He had to be quick. Coincidentally, there was an island nearby that was occupied by a level 4 pirate group. Hence, this became his second target. He spent a day to reach this island. Then, he used the same trick again. First, he broke a hole in the island's protective formation, then went in to ransack it. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a level 5 king. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Now, he was at the same level as Lan Yao. However, his strength had already greatly surpassed Lan Yao's. That Jiang Tianjin has entered the Sword God Palace. His strength must have increased by leaps and bounds. Maybe he has already become a level 6 king. I won't fall behind. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Although he could challenge those at a higher level, Jiang Tianjin was also a genius. If they were at the same level, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could kill him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took out a map of the sea and was ready to choose his third target. However, at this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Law enforcers on the sea. Yi Xian's smile didn't fade. He also wanted to see how powerful the law enforcers under the Empress were. "Robber, you are courting death." A man in green robes shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian. Behind him, there were two people. A level 6 king and two level 5 kings. This was a good opportunity for Yi Xian to practice. He took out an ordinary mid-grade Void God weapon and went up to meet the attack. Chapter 677. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 32 layers. Yi Xian was still 3 layers away from mastering the 36 overlapping shadows. Hence, he wanted to see if he could bring the 36 overlapping shadows to 100% mastery. In an instant, the two sides came into contact. 33 overlapping shadows. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 16 layers. Although Yi Xian's mastery of profound and martial arts didn't increase, he was still improving. Previously, he could fuse the throbbing pulse of the earth 10 times, but now, he could fuse the throbbing pulse of the earth 15 times. His strength had already far surpassed the 3 enforcers of the ocean. Pung! 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 Yi Xian was fighting 1 against 3. Although he was holding back, the 3 were still defeated and were forced to retreat. So strong. He must be a genius under Mad Revered. Quick, report this to the higher-ups. The level 6 king who was leading the group shouted. Immediately, one of the level 5 kings retreated. You want to leave? Leave behind your yin and yang ring. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sent out an attack with all his might, instantly severing that level 5 king's arm. However, he didn't take that level 5 king's life. Then, he quickly flew over and kept the yin and yang ring. Impossible. He's clearly just a level 5 king. How can he be faster than me? Even if he has comprehended the underground movement technique, this isn't the ground. The level 6 king couldn't understand. However, in order to cover the escape of that level 5 king, he had put his life on the line. Just by relying on the 33 overlapping shadows and the throbbing pulse of the earth 16 layers, I was able to defeat those 3. If I add in the 8 desolate sword, wind acceleration, and gravitational space, my strength will be able to kill a level 7 king. Even if a level 8 king comes, I won't be afraid. Yi Xian's confidence was once again off the charts. Soon, that level 5 king disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, Yi Xian heard 2 notifications. Ding! Proficiency of the 36 overlapping shadows has increased. Current proficiency is 100%. Ding! Host has comprehended the throbbing pulse of the earth 32 layers. When he heard the 2 notifications, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not only that, but his throbbing pulse of the world had also increased to 32 layers. His combat prowess had at least doubled. Alright, it's time for you to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for messing with the wrong person. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, 36 sword shadows pierced into the body of the grade 6 king, killing him instantly. The other rank 5 king saw that his boss had died and immediately retreated. However, in the next moment, he felt that he couldn't move anymore. Countless waves of pressure were pressing down on him from all directions. Do you feel like you can't move? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Following that, his eyes flashed, and this level 5 king tier was crushed to death by the pressure of the gravity drop. Gravity suppression. Bang! The 5th grade king's body exploded, and his severed limbs fell from the sky. Yi Xian controlled the repulsive force and sent the 2 interspatial rings into his hands before devouring them. The interspatial rings of a level 6 king tier are really not bad. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. In this world, the strong were respected. If you were strong, you would be the king. If he was weaker now, he would be the one to die this time. As for his corpse, it would probably be thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts. Then, there would be nothing left. That level 5 king tier must have gone to report this to his superiors. At that time, a level 7 king tier or even a level 8 king tier might come down. This was Yi Xian's goal. He would rather kill a level 7 king tier than 10 level 6 kings. If he could kill a level 8 king tier, he would probably break through in an instant. That level 5 king tier had gone to report this to his superiors, so Yi Xian still had to wander around this area. The Empress's territory was relatively peaceful, but that was only in comparison to Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor. This only meant that there were fewer raiders, but it didn't mean that there were fewer pirate groups in the ocean. As Yi Xian attacked the islands, he dealt with the pirate groups along the way. However, these islands and pirate groups were too weak, so he just robbed them along the way. On the 5th day after the departure of that level 5 king, an expert of sufficient strength finally arrived. A level 7 king tier. Moreover, it was a genius with a rare attribute. Wind. Wind acceleration profound? Yi Xian looked at this level 7 king tier with a slightly shocked expression. This was the first time he had encountered a wind attribute expert other than Lan Xian. The wind attribute was an extremely powerful attribute. Its profound included wind blade, wind acceleration, and wind bind. Among them, wind blade also had a level 2 profound, death storm. Its power was comparable to sky-burning flames. Wind bind also had a level 2 profound, wind space. Every profound could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. If a martial artist could comprehend all of the profound, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight someone 2 or 3 levels higher. Currently, Yi Xian had only comprehended wind acceleration profound. He hadn't comprehended wind blade or wind bind. This battle was quite valuable to him. TSK, TSK. Let me see what kind of profound you have. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he quietly watched his opponent approach him. After the green-clothed middle-aged man approached, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked, "You're the one who attacked more than 10 islands recently?" "That's right. It's me." Yi Xian nodded without hiding anything. The green-clothed middle-aged man didn't expect Yi Xian to admit it. Should he say that Yi Xian was daring or was he overflowing with confidence? If that's the case, then go to hell. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else. He expanded his territory and gathered countless wind blades to attack Yi Xian. Hee. Yi Xian grinned and took out a mid-grade ethereal god weapon to block the attack. A level 5 king tier can actually block my wind blade attack. You're quite capable. That level 6 executor of the sea should have been killed by you, right? The middle-aged man asked. That's right, Yi Xian replied while blocking the attack. Then try this. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed and he instantly strengthened his wind blade attack. This was the wind blade profound. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. As expected, this middle-aged man had comprehended the wind blade profound. That was great. His gravity space profound was comprehended in He Yan's gravity space profound. Now that his opponent had comprehended the wind blade profound, it would be very helpful to him. Bang! 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 Although the wind blade attack was strengthened several times, it still couldn't pose a threat to Yi Xian. After all, he had comprehended the gravity space profound. The 2 of them stood where they were. One of them attacked while the other defended. As for Yi Xian, he didn't use wind blade or gravity space. He just defended. Kid, what are you doing? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. Chapter 678. Storm of Death. According to the information the middle-aged man had received, Yi Xian had an earth element void spirit and had comprehended 16 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth. However, they didn't know that Yi Xian had already improved his profound strength. Moreover, they didn't know what other trump cards Yi Xian had. Therefore, the Empress Pirates had sent the middle-aged man as a precaution. The Empress has put a bounty on your head. Now, I won't waste time with you. Die. The middle-aged man put away his curiosity and slashed out with his long sword. An attack containing wind blade profound swept towards Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian also slashed out with a slash. 36 overlapping shadows. 32 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth. Boom. 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 That green sword chi containing wind blade profound vibrated hundreds of times in an instant. The throbbing pulse of the earth had transformed from 16 layers to 32 layers. Fusing martial arts had become even harder. Previously, when he had 33 overlapping shadows, he could fuse more than 16 layers of throbbing pulse of the earth. But now, he could only fuse 32 layers. Although the number had decreased, the power had still increased. This kid can challenge those of a higher realm. I can't be careless. The middle-aged man thought. His slash was enough to kill a level 6 king, but it was easily blocked by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's strength had probably exceeded his expectations. Die. The middle-aged man didn't hold back anymore. He used his wind speed to attack Yi Xian from different angles while condensing wind blades to obstruct Yi Xian. Seeing the middle-aged man attacking with all his strength, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used the gravity space to dodge. If he didn't use his wind speed, it would be difficult for him to deal with the middle-aged man. Therefore, he could only use the gravity space's repulsive force to increase his speed. This kid is only of the earth element. Why is his flying speed so fast? He's only slightly slower than me. The middle-aged man couldn't understand. The earth element did have a profound to increase its speed, but that required it to be on land. Apart from the wind speed, the only other thing that could increase one's flying speed was the lightning speed. However, the Earth Upanishad was rare, and the gravity power Upanishad was even rarer. In the entire chaotic star sea, the warriors who had comprehended the gravity space were even rarer. Thus, he didn't think of the gravity space at this moment. After all, if Yi Xian had comprehended the gravitational space, why didn't he use it? Boom! 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 A series of deafening sounds rang out as the two of them fought at a height of 50 meters. The surrounding sea beasts were all alarmed by the huge commotion and fled. Almost all the sea beasts were void god beasts. Their intelligence was not lower than humans. It was better for them not to watch a battle of this level. Kid, you're one of Mad Sovereign's people, right? The middle-aged man shouted. Does it matter which faction you belong to? Yi Xian replied coldly. Indeed, it's not important. However, you'd better show your true strength now. Otherwise, you'll die without knowing why. The middle-aged man kindly reminded him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this middle-aged man had some sort of ultimate move. He had to be careful. The two of them continued to exchange blows. The middle-aged man kept looking for an opportunity to use his ultimate move. To be honest, Yi Xian was also curious about his ultimate move. As such, Yi Xian deliberately revealed an opening. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, he did it on purpose. Just now, he and Yi Xian had exchanged more than 100 blows. Yi Xian did not reveal any openings, but now he did. This must be Yi Xian's doing. Since that was the case, he would beat Yi Xian at his own game and follow his plan. Kid, you are indeed a genius, but you're still too young. Die. The middle-aged man thought to himself. In the next moment, a strong wind began to blow around Yi Xian. Wind Blade's second-level ultimate move, Death Storm. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that the middle-aged man had some sort of powerful martial art. He didn't expect it to be the ultimate move of Death Storm. Although he had never seen Death Storm before, he had heard that it was a super ultimate move that could tear a person into countless pieces. By the time Yi Xian reacted, the Death Storm had already unfolded. This ultimate move was similar to Raging Flames Incinerate the Heavens. It required some time to charge up. If one did not dodge it quickly, it would be very dangerous. Whoosh whoosh. The Death Storm began to blow with Yi Xian at its center. Tens of thousands of wind blades attacked. Yi Xian was so frightened that he hurriedly took out the Octaterra shield to protect his vitals. At the same time, he condensed an earth wall to surround himself. Fortunately, the earth wall could integrate the 32 layers of the earth pulse. When the wind blades hit the earth wall, their power was instantly reduced by more than half. Although the gravity ultimate move was very useful, it was completely useless against these energy attacks. Swish. 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 One wind blade after another broke through the earth wall and struck Yi Xian's body, cutting open his flesh. However, in the next moment, the bloodline of the divine tree of life would recover from its injuries. It was only a moment of pain. The death storm continued to blow without restraint. Yi Xian, who was protecting his vitals, was continuously injured and healed. After a second, the death storm stopped. Whoosh whoosh. Luckily, I have the 32 layers of the earth pulse. If it was only 16 layers, I would be in trouble. Yi Xian was a little scared. He didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would almost cost him his life. The death storm had stopped, but the middle-aged man was dumbfounded. One had to know that 2 level 7 kings had died under this move. However, Yi Xian, who was only a level 5 king, actually survived. Not only that, but he also survived unscathed. It was just that his clothes were tattered. This is impossible, the middle-aged man cried out in alarm. There's nothing impossible about this. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this move. Yi Xian grinned. During the death storm just now, there was actually a system notification that Yi Xian had ignored. It couldn't be helped. Just now, he had been constantly blocking the wind blades. If he had been distracted again, his head would have been chopped off. He only glanced at it after the death storm had stopped. Ding! The host has comprehended the wind blade ultimate move. This was the system notification just now. With the death storm, Yi Xian had actually comprehended the wind blade ultimate move on the spot. Sir, do you have any other trump cards? Why don't you use them all? Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. There were only 3 types of wind blade ultimate move: wind blade, wind acceleration, and wind fetters. He had already seen the second level of the wind blade ultimate move, Death Storm, but he hadn't seen the second level of the wind fetters ultimate move, Wind Space. Wind Space was what Yi Xian wanted to comprehend the most. This was because the wind space and gravity space could increase his strength by at least 10 times. Chapter 679. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the Splitting Cloud Pirates. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian in shock. That death storm had consumed more than half of his qi. If he couldn't kill Yi Xian with it again, he would have no choice but to turn tail and run. However, Yi Xian was now on guard. The next death storm wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Retreat. The middle-aged man immediately turned around and fled. He had compared his speed with that of Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's speed was abnormal, he was still slower than him. Hence, he chose to retreat. However, how could Yi Xian let go of such a fat sheep? Looks like you've run out of tricks. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he activated his dual domains. Before the middle-aged man could run far, he felt a strong pressure coming from the front. What's going on? The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Yi Xian had sprouted a pair of energy wings and was flying towards him. Wings of the wind. What? That's impossible. The middle-aged man was shocked. Yi Xian had the wind attribute as well. No, he had the dual attribute. Yi Xian had eaten the twin fruits. The middle-aged man finally reacted, but it was already too late. Gravity suppression. When Yi Xian got close, he immediately used the gravity profound to bind the middle-aged man. The pressure from all directions exerted itself on the middle-aged man, restricting his movements. Fortunately, he was a level 7 king, so he could still move. However, his speed was reduced by at least 70%. Thank you for your death storm. It allowed me to comprehend the wind blade profound. Now, please die. Yi Xian's voice was extremely cold. When the middle-aged man heard it, his body trembled. In the next instant, the middle-aged man's neck was slashed by a wind blade. His head flew into the air as blood spurted out like a fountain. A level 7 king, dead. After the middle-aged man died, Yi Xian took his interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through to become a 6th grade king. His cultivation level rose once again. This middle-aged man had the wind attribute and was definitely a key nurturing target in the Empress's pirates. Therefore, there were quite a lot of good things in the universe ring. Before I broke through, I could kill a level 7 king even without using the Bahuang sword. Now that I've broken through, I should be able to fight against a 9th grade king, right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The wind acceleration profound meaning, coupled with the gravity space's repulsive force, allowed his speed to surpass that of a level 8 king. Coupled with his various bloodlines and other factors, he did indeed have the ability to fight a 9th rank king tier. In that case, let's go meet the Empress pirates and see what the popular Empress of the chaotic astral ocean looks like. Yi Xian made a plan in his mind. Of course, before going to the Empress's pirates, he wanted to break through again. It was safer this way. Once he broke through to the 7th grade, he would enter the core region of the Empress territory. At that time, who would be able to stop him? After killing the middle-aged man, Yi Xian quickly left. This time, he wanted to go to a high-level place where there were 6th and 7th grade pirate groups. Immediately, he took the middle-aged man's nautical chart and rushed toward that area. After breaking through, Yi Xian's speed soared again. 3 days later, he arrived at that area. A 6th grade pirate group could control 4 islands, but they usually gathered a large number of experts on one island. At this time, Yi Xian's target was a place called the Shattering Cloud Island, which was occupied by the Shattering Cloud Pirates. At the same time, the Shattering Cloud Pirates were a subordinate force of the Empress's pirates. However, Yi Xian didn't care about who he was. Although you have the same name as the first sect I entered, I will be merciful. Yi Xian smiled calmly. Hearing the name Shattering Cloud, he couldn't help but think of the Shattering Cloud sect, which was a sect he had stayed in for a period of time. There, he met a female disciple who had a crush on him, Guan Yulan. Unfortunately, Guan Yulan was taken away by a mysterious expert when he went to the imperial capital to participate in the imperial capital tournament. Her whereabouts were still unknown. At that time, they suspected that she might have entered the islands around the Tianshui continent or the chaotic astral ocean. However, the world was so big that it wasn't easy for Yi Xian to find her. Hey, what are you doing outside the Shattering Cloud Island? Suddenly, a loud roar entered Yi Xian's ears. It was the guard of the Shattering Cloud Island in front of him. His voice pulled Yi Xian back to reality. Right now, attacking the island was more important. Hehe, I want to attack the island. Yi Xian replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, kid, go back to where you came from. Do you know that our leader is a 6th grade king? The guard laughed. However, in the next moment, a loud rumbling sound interrupted his laughter. Bang! Yi Xian directly slashed a ray of sword chi at the protective array of the island. This was an island occupied by a 6th grade pirate group. It was rich in resources, so the protective array of the island was naturally strong. However, this was not worth mentioning to Yi Xian. He is indeed much stronger than the ones I encountered before. Yi Xian thought as he took out the Bahuang sword. Whoosh! The ray of sword chi split into 8 and then merged back into 1, slashing at the protective array of the island. Bahuang sword chi. In an instant, a large hole was opened in the protective array of the island and it was slowly being repaired. However, at the same time that the protective array of the island was being repaired, a figure had already rushed in through the hole. You, the guard was shocked. Yi Xian appeared on the shattering cloud island in the blink of an eye. He was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. Sorry. Yi Xian said as he went over and took off his universe ring. This guard was actually a king. Although he was not very strong, he was still a 3rd grade king. However, this kind of strength was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xian. Before the shattering cloud pirates could react, Yi Xian directly attacked. The shattering cloud pirates did not expect that someone would be able to break through the protective array of the island, so they did not hide their aura at all. Yi Xian easily locked onto a position. Not good, we have to inform the leader. The guard reacted and hurriedly shouted to the sky, enemy invasion. This roar was shouted with all the strength of the guard. His voice was loud enough to reach the shattering cloud city, which was not far from the entrance of the shattering cloud island. The speed of sound transmission was more than 300 meters per second. Ordinary warriors could exceed the speed of sound. However, after true energy was mixed in, the speed of sound transmission increased by 100 times, or even 100 times. Before Yi Xian could reach the shattering cloud city, a few people had already rushed out. Chapter 680. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Shattering Cloud Sect Leader, how dare you sneak into the Shattering Cloud Island? You really don't know what's good for you. A level 6 king growled. He was the vice leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates. You'll know who's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. Yi Xian smiled coldly. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly saw a figure flying toward them. It was also a level 6 king. Originally, this person wouldn't have attracted Yi Xian's attention. However, when Yi Xian saw the face of this level 6 king, his body trembled violently. He had seen this person before. He had seen it once. Yi Xian was stunned. Kid, how did you get in? The leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates asked. He had seen all the kings on the Shattering Cloud Island. When the Shattering Cloud Pirates attacked, there were indeed some native kings, but their realms weren't high. However, Yi Xian's aura was so strong that it wasn't any weaker than his own. Therefore, he determined that Yi Xian was an outsider. Yi Xian's gaze was fixed on the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates. After a while, he asked in shock, "You are the Shattering Cloud sect leader?" That's right. He had seen the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates before on Lin Wenyue's omniscient mirror. At that time, the Shattering Cloud sect leader was standing on a large bird, accompanied by a mysterious old woman and Guan Yulan. When the leader of the Shattering Cloud Pirates heard the words Shattering Cloud sect leader, his body trembled as well. He asked in shock, "Who are you? How do you know?" As expected. This answer confirmed Yi Xian's suspicions. No wonder the pirates were called Shattering Cloud. He was the Shattering Cloud sect leader. I am Yi Xian, a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. Yi Xian hurriedly reported his name. Although he had joined many forces, he was still a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. In this world, it wasn't a problem to have several masters at the same time. What? You're a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect? How is that possible? The leader of the Shattering Cloud sect was shocked. Where was the Shattering Cloud sect? Heavenly Water Continent. In the Heavenly Water Continent, there were only divine core warriors. When the sect chief of the Shattered Cloud sect left, his cultivation level was extremely low, he was only at the True Spirit Realm. After the True Spirit Realm, there were still the True Energy Realm, True Profound Realm, Mortal Core Realm, Earth Core Realm, Heavenly Core Realm, and finally the Spirit Realm and the Void God Realm. Right now, he was already a level 6 Void God Realm King, which was many times stronger than a True Spirit Realm King. Who would have thought that a barren land like that would actually produce another level 6 king? I am Vice Sect Leader Zhou Tsang's disciple. Yi Xian first stated his identity before asking, Sect Master, I used a special method to see you leave with Guan Yulan and Qingyu. Where are they? After hearing the first half of Yi Xian's words, the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect was certain that Yi Xian was from the Heavenly Water Continent. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, his expression darkened. It's best if you don't ask, the Shattering Cloud sect leader replied. Why? Yi Xian asked in shock. The Shattering Cloud sect leader paused for a moment before saying, All right, I guess there's no harm in telling you. Yulan has a special physique, so a mysterious expert took a fancy to her and brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. Right now, she's in the Empress Pirates, one of the Empress generals. What? She's under the Empress? Yi Xian was shocked. If the Shattering Cloud sect leader was a level 6 king, then Guan Yulan should be at least a level 7 king, right? After all, the Shattering Cloud sect leader and Guan Yulan came to the chaotic astral ocean together, so they cultivated at the same time. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that Guan Yulan was at least a level 7 king. Then, her realm? Yi Xian asked again. He felt that it would be more accurate to hear the Shattering Cloud sect leader's answer himself. She was a level 7 king a long time ago. She might have broken through to the level 8 king by now. She's the Empress successor. The Shattering Cloud sect leader said in shock. This wasn't a secret, so it didn't matter if it was revealed. The Empress successor. Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't expect Guan Yulan's background to be so strong. The Empress successor. Didn't this mean that she would have to share the chaotic astral ocean with the Battle Emperor and the Insane Sovereign? Then, is she with the Empress now? Yi Xian asked again. Come with me. The Shattering Cloud sect leader suddenly called Yi Xian over and said in a low voice, She is indeed with the Empress Pirates now. However, you better not look for her because she has already lost her memories of the Tianshui continent. She doesn't recognize you. Lost her memories? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly remembered what Lin Wenyue had said that day. Guan Yulan's eyes were empty, like a puppet's. It turned out that her memories had already been erased at that time. Not to mention a Void God Realm King, even a level 10 martial path warrior would be able to erase the memories of a lower level warrior as long as they had the corresponding method. Don't blame me. I did it for Yulan's good. However, I didn't expect that senior to erase her memories without saying anything and bring her back to the Empress Pirates. The Shattering Cloud sect leader shook his head helplessly. What kind of body type does Yulan have? If he was just taking her in as a disciple, why would he erase her memories? Yi Xian asked in confusion. The Shattering Cloud sect leader paused and said, that senior issued some requirements in the Tianshui continent. I saw that Yulan met those requirements, so I brought that senior to the Shattering Cloud sect. As for the Empress, it is said that she cultivates a technique called the Heartless Path. She needs to cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yulan met the requirements of the Heartless Path, so her memories were erased to make it easier for her to cultivate. This, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked again, then, did she agree to it? Or was it forcefully erased? After that senior checked her body type, he erased her memories forcefully. Yulan wasn't ready, so. The Shattering Cloud sect leader didn't continue. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes also shot out 2 rays of light. Guan Yulan's memories were forcefully erased. If she had agreed to it, Yi Xian wouldn't have anything to say. However, her memories were forcefully erased, so it had something to do with him. After all, the 2 of them were very close when they were in the Shattering Cloud sect. They were only 1 step away from being together. However, because of that old woman's interference, Guan Yulan had gone missing for many years. Although she didn't say it out loud, she is my friend after all. I will seek justice for her. Yi Xian made a mental note. As for the Shattering Cloud sect leader, Yi Xian didn't blame him. After all, he was only in the true spirit realm at that time. That mysterious old woman could kill him with just a thought. Who is that old woman? Yi Xian asked again. Her name is Xianxia. She raised the Empress single-handedly. Like Yulan, she is the Empress's right-hand woman. The Shattering Cloud sect leader replied. Her right-hand woman. This meant that the Empress trusted Guan Yulan and Xianxia the most. Chapter 681. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Guan Yulan, alright, I got it. Yi Xian nodded silently. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect asked, you are a disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect. How did you become a level 6 king? I broke through to the Strength realm in the Heavenly Water continent and came to the Blood Rock continent. Then, I obtained the inheritance of an empty God realm king. Yi Xian made up a random excuse. I see. The Heavenly Water continent is too poor. There are many geniuses there, but they are buried because of the lack of yuan qi and cultivation resources. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect sighed. Sect master, is the Empress an empty God realm great emperor? Yi Xian asked again. He was more concerned about this. No, the Empress couldn't become a great emperor because she didn't cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect shook his head. Hearing this answer, Yi Xian was relieved. Since the Empress wasn't an empty God realm great emperor, he didn't need to be afraid. When the time was right, he would find Guan Yulan and see if he could awaken her memory. Sect master, since the Shattered Cloud Island is your territory, I will take my leave. Yi Xian cupped his fist at the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect. Sigh, you should leave quickly. If the enforcers of the sea know that you are a raider, you will die. The sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect sighed. Sect master, take care. Yi Xian didn't want to cause trouble for the sect master, so he left the Shattered Cloud Island. This time, it was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Heavenly Water continent in the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was a trace of hatred in his heart. Guan Yulan's memory was forcibly erased. It wasn't her own will. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get back at her. Humph, how dare you forcibly erase Yulan's memory, Yi Xian said coldly in his heart and left quickly. Since the Empress wasn't an empty God realm great emperor, he could go to the Empress's pirates when he broke through to level 7 king. But for now, it was better to make a breakthrough first. There were some level 6 and 7 pirates around the Shattered Cloud Island, but in order not to cause trouble for the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect, Yi Xian decided to go further away. He flew over the sea for 2 days and arrived at a suitable place for leveling up. This time, his target was a level 7 pirate group. 8 Baron Swordsmanship, Sword-breaking 8 Baron. Yi Xian flew to the outskirts of the island and launched an attack on the array formation. The formation at the entrance of the island's protective formation was very weak because it was often opened. This was the most suitable place to attack. However, as the level of the island was relatively high, the sword was unable to break through it. The attack on the island guard array was too loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of the pirates. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of a person not far away. Several hundred kilometers to the north of the island, there was a huge figure. It was a huge wolf with silver wings, and on the back of the huge wolf sat a white-clothed woman. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely recognize her at a glance. This woman in white was Guan Yulan, the person he was looking for. Yi Xian was 15 years old when he entered the Shattered Cloud sect, and now he was 22 years old. Therefore, it had been many years since Guan Yulan left the Tianshui continent. The young girl from before had grown into a slender and elegant girl. She had lost her youthfulness and had become more mature. At this moment, she looked in the direction of the sound and gently patted the giant wolf's back. The silver-winged giant wolf immediately understood and turned into a stream of light and flew over. As for Yi Xian, he was completely unaware that he was attacking an island-protecting formation. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. He immediately turned his head and saw a stream of light that was rapidly approaching him. Is it the maritime enforcer? He thought subconsciously. However, at this moment, a blue sword aura suddenly slashed towards him. So fast. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately stopped attacking the island and quickly dodged. Water attribute? No, it's lightning attribute. He reacted. This sword aura was blue, but it was not of the water attribute. This was because this sword aura contained a kind of energy that made one's heart palpitate. However, when Yi Xian was about to counterattack, he realized that the incoming person was somewhat familiar. Guan Yulan? Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. Guan Yulan, who was sitting on the silver-winged howling sky wolf's back, was also stunned when she heard Yi Xian's exclamation. She also felt that Yi Xian was somewhat familiar, but she had no memory of him. Her memory was erased by Xianxia, but the silver-winged howling sky wolf remembered Yi Xian. Whoa! The silver-winged howling sky wolf howled at the sky and then pounced towards Yi Xian. It seemed to be very emotional. Guan Yulan immediately jumped down from its back and then slashed at Yi Xian again. Damn it! Yi Xian quickly dodged and prepared to kill the silver-winged howling sky wolf that was pouncing towards him. However, at this moment, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Qingyu. At the same time, he also noticed that this silver-winged howling sky wolf did not seem to be hostile towards him. Its eyes were filled with joy. Wolf? Qingyu? Yi Xian exclaimed again. Whoa! The silver-winged howling sky wolf rushed to Yi Xian's side and rubbed its head affectionately against Yi Xian. Although it had not seen Yi Xian for a few years, Qingyu still remembered Yi Xian's scent. After all, when it was born, it saw Yi Xian and Guan Yulan the moment it opened its eyes. I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Yi Xian reached out and patted Qingyu's head. After a few years, Qingyu had grown from a small wolf cub to a giant wolf that was even bigger than a tank. It even grew a pair of silver wings. It seemed that it had undergone mutation. Guan Yulan, who was not far away, was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. The silver-winged howling sky wolf that did not submit to the Empress was actually willing to be patted by a strange man on the head. What was going on? Raider, what sorcery did you use? Guan Yulan shouted angrily. Sorcery? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Yulan, don't you remember me? Why should I remember you? Guan Yulan was stunned. She did feel that Yi Xian was somewhat familiar, but she could not recall anything related to him. It seems that her memory has really been erased. Yi Xian was having a headache. He did not know how to awaken Guan Yulan's memory. This was going to be troublesome. However, just as he was thinking, another ray of sword aura suddenly attacked. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly dodged. This ray of blue sword aura contained a huge amount of power and swept past Jianghu. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the acceleration of the wind and the repulsive force of the gravity space. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half. "Whoa!" Jianghu hurriedly howled, but Guan Yulan acted as if she did not hear it and continued to attack. Chapter 682. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Forbidden Lightning Ground, 7th Grade King, Lightning Attribute, Yi Xian saw through Guan Yulan's realm. Just as the Shattering Cloud sect master had said, Guan Yulan was a 7th grade king and was about to break through to the 8th grade. However, he didn't expect Guan Yulan to have the rare lightning attribute, just like Lan Yu. Although they were both lightning attribute, Lan Yu was much weaker than Guan Yulan. One was a 3rd grade king, while the other was about to break through to the 8th grade. Although Guan Yulan felt that Yi Xian was familiar, she couldn't remember him. She was one of the Empress generals after all, and she happened to see Yi Xian attacking the island. Therefore, Yi Xian was her enemy. Heavenly punishment. Streaks of lightning struck down from the sky. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. What should I do now? Yulan's memory has been erased and she doesn't recognize me. Even if I'm here, I can't do anything. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He could feel that Guan Yulan's battle strength was very strong. More importantly, he couldn't fight back. Retreat. At that moment, Yi Xian made the decision to leave first. He didn't have any ideas at the moment, so he could only leave first. When he returned to empty Xian Zhongshan, he would ask Hermit Xian Zhongshan if there was a way to awaken her memory. "You want to leave?" Guan Yulan's eyes flickered and immediately chased after him. Guan Yulan was brought to the chaotic astral ocean when she was a teenager. She must have been told a lot of things in the past few years. For example, she grew up in the chaotic astral ocean and didn't have any family or friends. Therefore, she wouldn't believe anything Yi Xian said. "Yulan, let's meet again." Yi Xian loudly shouted as he directly used gravity space to block Guan Yulan. However, Guan Yulan's strength was beyond his imagination. Lightning acceleration. Guan Yulan instantly burst out. Her current speed had already surpassed the silver-winged sky howling wolf. The silver-winged sky howling wolf had grown rapidly in the past few years. Its battle strength was comparable to an 8th grade king and its speed was comparable to a 9th grade king. However, Guan Yulan's lightning acceleration was lightning acceleration and was even faster howling wolf. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly condensed wind wings and used the repulsive force of the gravity space to accelerate. However, what made him helpless was Guan Yulan's speed was Yulan's, I, and Yulan's is. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. One recognized him, but the other didn't. This was too dramatic. What he wanted to do now was to increase his speed to the level of a level 7 king. Then, he would look for the Empress and see if she had a way to help him. However, he was Yulan. As Yi Xian fled, he used his repulsive force to block Guan Yulan. However, Guan Yulan's comprehension of the lightning acceleration profound was very high. Even with the repulsive force blocking her, her speed was still equal to Yi Xian's. Yi Ts Yi, S to leave, S B, S to be gone B, T S's was. They. Was you was. Marauder, you can't escape. Guan Yulan shouted from behind. Yi Xian glanced behind him and sized up Guan Yulan. After not seeing her for a few years, Guan Yulan's figure had become better and more mature. However, the expression on her face made Yi Xian's heart turn cold. Back then, when they were about to pierce through the last layer of veil, they were suddenly interrupted by the Shattering Cloud sect's vice-sect master, Zhou Tsang. Yi Xian was now thinking that the next time he returned to the heavenly water continent, he would dig up Zhou Tsang's corpse and whip it to vent his anger. Two people, one fleeing, the other chasing. Whisper, who was comparable to a level 8 king, roared as she followed. It had followed Guan Yulan for many years, so its IQ was not lower than a human's. It could understand Guan Yulan's words, but Guan Yulan could not understand its words. Guan Yulan had always believed that Yi Xian had used some sort of trick to subdue Qingyu, so she was relentlessly pursuing him. Yi Xian didn't have any other choice. At this moment, all he could do was to escape and continue to escape. When Guan Yulan's Zhenqi ran out, he would be able to escape. However, after the two moved at full speed for a few hours, an island suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. An island without a protective formation? Yi Xian looked in front of him with some surprise. This island did not have a protective formation. That was exactly what he wanted. As long as he landed on the ground, he could use his legs to run. He had the earth movement technique to run on land, and the wind acceleration technique to fly in the air. However, don't forget that he still had 4 agility advancements, which could increase his movement speed by 40%. When the time came, he would definitely be able to open up a distance in an instant without exhausting Guan Yulan's true qi. However, when Guan Yulan saw this island, her expression changed slightly. She had heard of this island before. This was one of the 10 forbidden lands of the chaotic astral ocean, the Thunder Forbidden Land. It was rumored that this island was very mysterious and would be struck by chaotic astral lightning from time to time. Although it looked peaceful at times, it was actually very dangerous. After all, some chaotic astral lightning could even kill a void god realm pinnacle king. Even the Empress did not dare to enter the Thunder Forbidden Land, so Guan Yulan was hesitant. However, when she saw that Yi Xian's speed did not decrease at all, she made a decision. Chase. As for Yi Xian, he didn't know what this island was. This was because his nautical chart only had one name, Heavenly Thunder Island. If the chart said Thunder Forbidden Land, he would definitely take a detour. We're here. Yi Xian rushed into the Thunder Forbidden Land and quickly landed, preparing to use his legs to open up a distance between him and Guan Yulan. His speed was very fast, instantly widening the distance between them. How did his speed suddenly increase so much? Guan Yulan looked at Yi Xian's back and was very confused, but she was determined to chase, so she immediately said to Qingyu, don't come in. The silver-winged sky-howling wolf, Qingyu, had accidentally entered the Thunder Forbidden Land when she was wandering alone, and was accidentally struck by chaotic astral lightning, almost losing her life. Therefore, it had a deep fear of this place. It could only watch as Yi Xian and Guan Yulan entered. It prayed in its heart that the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden area wouldn't suddenly become violent. Otherwise, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan would be in danger. At this time, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan had both entered the Thunder Forbidden Land, and Yi Xian, who had a 40% increase in speed, had already opened up a distance between them. However, just 1 minute after they entered the Thunder Forbidden Land. Why are there more clouds in the sky? Yi Xian looked up in surprise, and found that there were electric snakes swimming in the clouds. These were not ordinary clouds, but thunderclouds. Not good, chaotic astral lightning. His face sank. Chapter 683. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Crisis. At this moment, the thundercloud above Yi Xian's head was terrifyingly large. It was gathering yuan qi of heaven and earth as if it was about to go all out. Before entering the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian had heard about the chaotic astral lightning. However, he later found out that the chaotic astral lightning was much more dangerous than he thought. The chaotic astral lightning had a tracking effect. The stronger the aura, the closer the chaotic astral lightning would land. Boom! Just as Yi Xian was thinking, a bolt of lightning struck down. He quickly glanced at it and found that it was 1,000 meters away from him. He didn't have a lightning attribute and had no resistance to the chaotic astral lightning. This chaotic astral lightning almost scared him to death. Boom! Suddenly, another bolt of chaotic astral lightning struck down from behind him. Yi Xian quickly turned around and found that Guan Yulan had caught up to him while he was hesitating. The second bolt of chaotic astral lightning struck near Guan Yulan. He quickly looked up and saw that the lightning snakes in the thundercloud had become more frequent. It seemed that a chaotic astral lightning feast was about to begin. Not good, I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Yi Xian's face darkened. He quickly turned around and rushed toward Guan Yulan. You want to fight here? Guan Yulan's expression wasn't good either. Seeing Yi Xian rush over, she immediately launched an attack. Yi Xian could dodge her attacks when they were in the air. Now that they were on land, Guan Yulan's attacks weren't a threat to him at all. Don't fight first, let's get out of here first. Yi Xian hastily shouted. However, Guan Yulan didn't care at all and attacked Yi Xian with all her might. Whoosh! 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 Yi Xian dodged the sword chi one after another. Not only that, Guan Yulan kept attacking Yi Xian with heavenly punishment. Suddenly, more and more lightning strikes appeared in the forbidden thunder ground, and the sound became louder and louder. Fortunately, Guan Yulan's heavenly punishment was very different from the chaotic astral lightning. Sky Law's lightning strike was very thin, and it was condensed from the top of the head, so the path was very straight. The chaotic astral lightning was very thick and its color was also very dark. It was shot down from the thunderclouds and after tracking Yi Xian's aura, it would constantly turn back. However, regardless of whether it was the heavenly punishment or the chaotic astral lightning, Yi Xian had to avoid them all. Even after seeing Guan Yulan's actions, Yi Xian still didn't run away. Instead, he prepared to go past Guan Yulan and let her chase him out of the forbidden sky thunder grounds. However, right at this moment. Boom! Boom! Two bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down at the same time, hitting Guan Yulan's surroundings. This time, Guan Yulan was no longer calm and quickly moved. Although some of these riot astral thunders were very weak and couldn't even kill a level 1 king, humans couldn't tell whether they were strong or weak, so they had to avoid them. After the two chaotic star thunders appeared, the entire forbidden sky thunder grounds became restless. The star thunder feast had begun. Boom! 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 Bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down one after another, the frequency several times faster than before. Yi Xian and Guan Yulan's expressions darkened as they continuously dodged. Now, Guan Yulan also stopped attacking Yi Xian and began to avoid the chaotic astral lightning. However, the chaotic astral lightning had the ability to track auras. She was in the air, while Yi Xian was on the ground. Moreover, she was a level 7 king and was about to break through to level 8 king, while Yi Xian was only a level 6 king. Therefore, the chaotic astral lightning would naturally target her first. Not good. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this and hurriedly reminded Guan Yulan to land on the ground. However, right at this moment. Boom! 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 5 bolts of chaotic astral lightning struck down in succession. One of them was aimed at Yi Xian, while the other 4 were all aimed at Guan Yulan. If it was only 1 or 2 bolts of chaotic astral lightning, Guan Yulan would be able to dodge them. However, she didn't expect 4 bolts of chaotic astral lightning to strike her. Boom! Although Guan Yulan quickly dodged, she only managed to dodge 3 bolts of chaotic astral lightning. The last one struck her directly on the top of her head. Guan Yulan! Yi Xian cried out in alarm as he quickly rushed over. The chaotic astral lightning varied in strength. At this moment, Yi Xian could only pray that this chaotic astral lightning wouldn't be too strong. After all, Guan Yulan was a level 7 king. However, Guan Yulan's luck was really bad. The power of this chaotic astral lightning was enough to kill a level 7 king. After being struck by the chaotic astral lightning, Guan Yulan's consciousness suddenly blurred. Her vision also started to blur. She saw a figure quickly rushing towards her. The figure in white fell from the sky powerlessly. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and caught Guan Yulan. However, just as he came into contact with Guan Yulan, his entire body trembled violently. After the chaotic astral lightning circled around Guan Yulan's body, it was transmitted into his body. If he was hit by this chaotic astral lightning, he would probably die instantly. Even the remnants of the chaotic astral lightning caused him quite a bit of trouble. The chaotic astral lightning circled around Yi Xian's body, causing his muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs to sizzle. Fortunately, he still had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Moreover, his body was filled with earth attribute true energy. Although the earth attribute didn't restrain the lightning attribute, the earth attribute true energy's resistance to electricity was stronger than the other attributes. If Yi Xian had the water attribute, then he would have been in deep trouble this time. After the chaotic astral lightning entered his body, Yi Xian's entire body trembled. He only recovered after a long while. Damn it, Yi Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost cracked. He hurriedly checked Guan Yulan's aura. Phew, there's still aura, but it's extremely chaotic. I need to treat it immediately. He hurriedly took off Guan Yulan's interspatial ring and devoured it. Ding, the host has broken through to become a level 7 king. The system notification sounded. The two of them, one was a level 6 king, and the other was a level 7 king. After the two of them gathered together, their auras skyrocketed. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to become a level 7 king, his aura had become even stronger. Rumble. The chaotic astral lightning struck again. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. He hurriedly carried Guan Yulan and left. The auras of the two level 7 kings were immediately locked onto by the thunderclouds in the sky. Following that, the chaotic astral lightning struck down one after another with great accuracy. If Yi Xian hadn't broken through, he would have probably been struck to death. Damn it, let's leave quickly. Yi Xian was extremely regretful. Why did he enter this island? Most importantly, he even lured Guan Yulan in. If one didn't seek death, they wouldn't have died. Guan Yulan was struck by the chaotic astral lightning. Fortunately, she had the lightning attribute. Otherwise, she would have died from that strike. Chapter 684. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Wind Thunder Emperor Yi Xian carried the severely injured Guan Yulan and ran in the direction they came from at an extremely fast speed. However, what he did not expect was that there was an illusory formation in the forbidden land of thunder. What? That's impossible. Yi Xian exclaimed, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the roar of the riot astral thunder. Yi Xian's sense of direction was still very strong. He estimated that with his speed, he should have left this heavenly thunder island. However, in front of him was still an endless stretch of land. Illusory formation. It must be an illusory formation. Yi Xian immediately reacted. The Sky Thunder Island was really too strange. He had been wandering in the riot astral ocean for a few months, but this was the first time he had seen such a violent scene. However, it was not the time to think about it. He had to find a way out quickly. At the very least, he had to find a place to hide. However, the wave of riot astral thunder just now was just an appetizer. The series of riot astral thunder just now had at most 6 riot astral thunders. Next, it was going to break through that number. Yi Xian suddenly felt something. He looked up and realized that more than 10 riot astral thunders had struck down from the thunderclouds in an instant. F***ck. Yi Xian exclaimed. More than 10 riot astral thunders were all directed at him, sealing off all his escape routes. Among them, there was an extremely thick riot astral thunder, which made him break out in cold sweat. Yi Xian barely dodged this round of attacks, but it was still just the beginning. Boom! 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 The riot astral thunder before was one after another. Now, it was described as a formation. There were more than 10 riot astral thunders in a single wave. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He had already used the underground walking technique to its peak. He looked around and found a cliff. In fact, he wanted to dig a hole and drill into the ground, but time did not allow it. At this moment, he saw a cliff. He immediately took out the Bahuang sword and rushed over. Bahuang wind-killing formation, sky break. Boom! The walls of this cliff were extremely hard, and Tian dashing could only barely make a 1-meter hole in the wall. Again. Boom! The stone wall was broken a little more, and now it was enough for the two of them to hide. However, the chaotic astral lightning would strike down in multiple directions, so this wasn't enough. But at this moment. Ding! Host has comprehended the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Suddenly, a notification sounded and Yi Xian shuddered. Shrinking the earth into an inch? He was pleasantly surprised. He had actually comprehended the second level of the world-walking technique at this critical moment, the earth-shrinking technique. This was good news. At that moment, he controlled the Bahuang sword and retrieved it. In the next moment, he used the profound meaning of earth shrinking that he had just comprehended. A hole opened up in the ground, and Yi Xian carried Guan Yulan into it. Although a king's domain could also control soil, the effect was much worse than earth shrinking. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the ground, and maintained a 2-meter space around him. He quickly descended, and his speed was even faster than when he was running on the ground. This was the profound meaning of earth shrinking. Boom! Although Yi Xian had entered the ground, the chaotic astral lightning still hit the spot where he entered. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already a few thousand meters below the ground. Although the chaotic astral lightning was strong, it was no longer a threat to him. Huff! Huff! Yi Xian stopped and let out a sigh of relief. He had moved almost 10,000 meters down, and the soil that he broke quickly closed up after he left, so it was more or less enough to cover his aura. At that moment, he searched through Guan Yulan's Qian Kun ring, then took out some medicine and hurriedly treated Guan Yulan. Of course, the most effective medicine was his blood. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his blood could also heal. With the two-pronged treatment, Guan Yulan's aura finally stabilized, but she was still unconscious. I don't know when the chaotic astral lightning outside will stop. I should use the underground movement technique to find the exit. Yi Xian carried Guan Yulan again. At this moment, he had the profound meaning of earth shrinking, so he could move freely underground. Therefore, he wanted to directly enter the bottom of the island and leave the sea. At that moment, he continued to move downwards. This Sky Thunder Island was several times larger than the cracked Cloud Island on the nautical chart, but no one knew how high it was. Yi Xian continued to move downwards, and when he was 50,000 meters down, he suddenly missed and fell from the ceiling. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that there was another world here. If it was just an ordinary cave, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it, but he saw a stone tablet. Zephyr Thunder Palace. Yi Xian read out the 3 words on the stone tablet. At this moment, the person in his arms suddenly moved. Yi Xian looked down and realized that Guan Yulan had opened her eyes. He quickly put Guan Yulan down with a vigilant expression. His intuition told him that Guan Yulan would immediately attack. However, he guessed wrong. When Guan Yulan saw him, she didn't attack. Instead, she said softly, "Yi Xian, what?" Yi Xian thought that he had misheard. He tried to recall and realized that he didn't tell Guan Yulan his name. How did Guan Yulan know? Could it be that her memory had recovered? "You've recovered your memory?" Yi Xian exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Guan Yulan was stunned for a moment, then quickly retreated and looked at Yi Xian strangely. It seemed that her memory hadn't recovered yet. "You're Yi Xian?" Guan Yulan asked in shock. "Yes, do you remember me?" Yi Xian nodded. Although his appearance had changed, it wouldn't change much. "I don't remember you, but why do I feel like I know you?" Guan Yulan didn't understand. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, she shouted angrily, "What did you do to me?" She thought that Yi Xian must have done something. After all, she was lying in Yi Xian's arms just now. "I didn't do anything to you. We used to be friends. Don't you remember?" Yi Xian frowned. "How can you and I be friends?" Guan Yulan didn't believe him. She was a general under the Empress and a law enforcer on the sea. On the other hand, Yi Xian was a predator. A law enforcer on the sea and a predator. How could they be friends? "Let me ask you. Do you not have any memories before you were 16 years old?" Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. This question confused Guan Yulan. Indeed, she didn't have any memories of her past. Everything was told to her by the Empress and by Xianxia. She found it very strange. Looking at her, Yi Xian continued, "We grew up in the same sect. 7 years ago, your memory was suddenly erased by an expert and then brought to the chaotic astral ocean." Chapter 685. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Zephyr Thunder Palace 7 years ago. Yi Xian was now 22 years old. 7 years ago, he was 15 years old, which was the age when he entered the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan was even more confused when she heard this. Indeed, she only had the memories of the past 7 years. Everything before that was gone. Yi Xian saw that it was working, so he quickly told Guan Yulan about the past, bit by bit, in an attempt to awaken her memories. He guessed that Guan Yulan's memories hadn't been erased, but sealed. When she was struck in the head by the chaotic astral lightning, a corner of the seal was broken. That was why she could call out Yi Xian's name. Also, I was the one who gave Qingyu the name. Otherwise, why do you think Qingyu would recognize me? Yi Xian continued. Guan Yulan was silent. She had no recollection of what Yi Xian said, so she needed to verify it. However, Qingyu was carrying her at that time, and was quite a distance away from Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to do something, she should be able to detect it. "There's no way to verify what you just said." Although Yi Xian was telling the truth, Guan Yulan still had some doubts. "I know. I just want you to understand that I'm not your enemy. Otherwise, I would have killed you instead of saving you." Yi Xian knew that this wasn't enough to make Guan Yulan believe him, so he didn't continue. "Then what about the things in my yin and yang ring?" Guan Yulan suddenly realized this problem and hurriedly asked. "To escape, I had to take some out. Don't worry, I'll return them to you when the time comes." Yi Xian replied. If he hadn't broken through just now, both of them would have died under the chaotic astral lightning. This was something that couldn't be helped. Originally, he wanted to swallow the rest of the things to increase his strength. However, he just happened to comprehend Earth shrinking at that time and resolved the crisis. Although this reason was a bit far-fetched, Guan Yulan remembered that Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her. Otherwise, would she still be alive? At this time, Guan Yulan began to look around. When she saw the 3 words, Zephyr Thunder Palace, she was shocked. "Where is this?" She couldn't help but ask. "I just comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrinking, so I escaped underground. I don't know where this is." Yi Xian shook his head. The words, Zephyr Thunder Palace, were written on the steel. Behind the steel, there was another path. Yi Xian had not entered yet, so he did not know where this place was. However, he could roughly guess that this was someone's abode. Who would build a cave in such a dangerous place like the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? Furthermore, it was built so discreetly, tens of thousands of meters underground. If Yi Xian hadn't comprehended the profound meaning of ground shrinking, he probably wouldn't have noticed it either. After all, there was a huge thundercloud above his head. However, Guan Yulan suddenly remembered something. Wind Thunder Grand Emperor? She cried out in alarm. When Yi Xian heard these 4 words, he asked in surprise, "Who is the Wind and Thunder Great Emperor?" However, he could guess that the Wind and Thunder Great Emperor should be an empty God Realm Great Emperor. Otherwise, why would he dare to use the word Great Emperor? The Wind and Thunder Great Emperor was an empty God Realm Great Emperor in the chaotic astral ocean 1,000 years ago. He had 2 void god spirits of the wind and thunder attributes. It was said that he ruled the entire chaotic astral ocean, but disappeared later on. That was why the chaotic astral ocean was torn apart and there were endless wars. Guan Yulan explained and continued, before he disappeared, he left a message saying that his life was coming to an end. Before he died, he built a wind and thunder palace, and he would pass away in this wind and thunder palace. Wind and Thunder Palace. When Yi Xian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at the steel subconsciously. The name, the same. For 1,000 years, the world has been searching for the Wind and Thunder Palace, but to no avail. It was also at that time that pirates gradually increased. Who would have thought that the Wind and Thunder Palace was actually under the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? Guan Yulan was shocked. This time, they didn't know what kind of luck they had to be able to find the Wind and Thunder Palace. This meant that there might be the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor inside. The inheritance of a great emperor was something that even the Empress, War Emperor, and Kuang Zun would want very much. Who knows, they might be able to break through to the empty God Realm Great Emperor because of this. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian was interested. His father, Yi Chong, had soared to the sky because he obtained the inheritance of the Sword God of Bahuang. The Sword God of Bahuang was also an empty God Realm Great Emperor, so he could also be called the Bahuang Great Emperor. Now, what Yi Xian lacked the most was realms. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor, it would save him a lot of time. When the time came, he could directly kill his way into the Sword God Palace and beat the crap out of Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue. Guan Yulan was actually a little conflicted with Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't take advantage of her when she was in trouble and won her over. Therefore, she agreed to go in with Yi Xian. The 2 of them walked past the stone tablet of the Wind and Thunder Palace and entered a dark passage. After walking for a while, they saw a blue-green door. This door was blue on the left and green on the right. There was also a palm-sized hole on both sides of the door. If you want to open this door, you need to gather both the wind and lightning attributes. Yi Xian read the words on the stone wall to the side. The Wind and Thunder Emperor had both the wind and lightning attributes, so it was reasonable that his inheritance needed people with both attributes to obtain it. However, it didn't say that one person had to have both the wind and lightning attributes. It was possible for 2 people, one with the wind attribute and the other with the lightning attribute. What a coincidence. I have the wind attribute and you have the lightning attribute. We can give it a try. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Guan Yulan glanced at him. Indeed, it was a coincidence. If they could really open this door, then they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Emperor. This was something that many people dreamt of. Immediately, they positioned themselves. Yi Xian stood on the green side and Guan Yulan stood on the blue side. The 2 of them faced each other and put their arms into the 2 holes on the door at the same time. Then, they channeled their lightning and wind attribute true qi. Boom! In the next moment, the blue-green door opened with a loud bang. It was done. The door opened very slowly. The 2 of them were very excited and couldn't wait to rush in. As the door opened, the 2 of them saw everything inside one by one. They walked in side by side and glanced around. In front of them, there was a statue that was as tall as a person. This statue had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He held two long swords in his hands and looked very majestic. It seemed that this middle-aged man should be the Wind and Thunder Emperor. Chapter 686. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Wind Thunder Inheritance, Wind Inheritance, Lightning Inheritance. Yi Xian widened his eyes in shock. Anyone who saw this would instantly understand that the two inheritances were separate. After all, the twin fruit was a legendary item. The wind and lightning attributes were also rare. With the two combined, it would be hard to find one even in 10,000 years. Yi Xian quickly walked up and opened the green treasure chest with his wind attribute. What entered his eyes were 2 to 3 bloodline seeds and an interspatial ring. 3. Yi Xian was shocked as he glanced at the note in the treasure chest. Upper grade empty god martial art, wind cleave. Commodity empty god martial art, wind cloud cleave. Wind attribute ultimacy seed. He was shocked. An ordinary person could only condense one bloodline seed at most. However, the Wind Thunder Emperor could condense 3 bloodline seeds. No, he might even have the lightning inheritance. The martial art seed was still acceptable. However, this was the first time that Yi Xian had heard of an ultimacy seed. Ultimacy seed? Guan Yulan could not help but exclaim when she saw the note. The Wind Thunder Emperor was able to condense his own ultimacy into a bloodline seed. The aptitude of the Wind Thunder Emperor had greatly exceeded their expectations. Immediately, she opened the blue treasure chest. There were 3 bloodline seeds and an interspatial ring lying inside. 6 bloodline seeds. There were a total of 6 bloodline seeds. How did the Wind Thunder Emperor do it? At this moment, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Those who have obtained my inheritance, please remember my name, Feng Yi. I hope that you can break through the shackles of the empty god realm and become a sovereign in your lifetime. There were only 2 sentences and they were very short. However, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan knew that this was the voice that the Wind Thunder Emperor left behind before he passed away. Feng Yi was the name of the Wind Thunder Emperor. Ascending to the sovereign realm, is this the meaning of becoming the strongest? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Guan Yulan did not answer but put on the interspatial ring. There was only one thing in her interspatial ring. It was a sword. She immediately took it out. The Thunder Rush Sword of the Wind Thunder Grand Monarch? Guan Yulan exclaimed. Rushing Thunder Sword? Yi Xian glanced at the dark blue sword, then turned to look at the statue. Wasn't the statue holding the Thunder Sword in its left hand? He quickly put on his own Cosmos ring and took a look. Sure enough, there was also a light green longsword. Wind Dragon Slash. Yi Xian read out its name. The Wind Thunder Grand Emperor has the Rushing Thunder Sword in his left hand and the Wind Dragon Slash in his right. No one in the chaotic astral ocean is his match, Guan Yulan explained. Although Yi Xian already had the Bahuang sword, this Wind Dragon Slash was also an upper-grade Void God weapon. Moreover, it was of the Wind attribute. If this Wind Dragon Slash was used as a Wind attribute martial art, its power would be even stronger. The emotional Yi Xian immediately took the 3 bloodline seeds and swallowed them. Ding! Host has learned Wind Cleaver. Current proficiency level is 100%. Ding! Host has learned Wind Cloud Slash. Current proficiency level is 100%. Ding! Host has comprehended Death Storm Ultimacy. Ding! Host has comprehended Wind Binding Ultimacy. Ding! Host has comprehended Wind Space Ultimacy. 4 notifications sounded out in a row, shocking Yi Xian's mind. Wind Cleaver was a movement martial art, while Wind Cloud Slash was an attack martial art. These 2 upper-grade Void God martial arts had been cultivated to 100%. That was not the main point. The main point was that he had comprehended the remaining 3 ultimacies of the Wind attribute. Even if he had not comprehended a single ultimacy, he would have comprehended all the ultimacies after swallowing the wind attribute ultimacy seed. Wasn't this Wind Thunder Grand Emperor a little too strong? How terrifying. My strength is at least 3 times stronger than before. Yi Xian was shocked. Wind Cleaver's martial art was much more advanced than the meteor movement skill. His speed of flight was much faster. However, what surprised Yi Xian the most was that he had comprehended wind-space ultimacy. Now that he could combine gravity-space ultimacy with wind-space ultimacy, he was probably qualified to challenge a level 9 king, or even kill one. Yulan, hurry up and refine the bloodline seeds. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. Guan Yulan also had 3 bloodline seeds. The first 2 seeds were martial arts, while the third seed was a lightning attribute ultimacy seed. Guan Yulan did not waste time. She walked to a corner and started refining the 3 bloodline seeds. For martial arts, ultimacy was more important. Therefore, she prioritized refining the lightning attribute ultimacy seed. I've struck gold. I've really struck gold. With my current strength, I can do whatever I want in the chaotic astral ocean. Yi Xian's heart was exploding. Wind-space ultimacy and gravity-space ultimacy. These 2 monstrous moves could easily kill a level 8 king. Against a level 9 king, Yi Xian did not even need to use the 8 desolate sword. Just the wind dragon slash and ultimacy would be enough. Perhaps he did not even need to use his moves. He could just use the dual space ultimacy and then use the death storm. It was not impossible to kill a level 9 king with just the domain. Guan Yulan dispelled her suspicion of Yi Xian and closed her eyes to refine the seeds. As for Yi Xian, he stood by her side and protected her. Although this was the Zephyr Thunder Palace and there would not be any danger, he still had to be careful. Guan Yulan did not have the devouring system. Therefore, she had to refine the seeds herself. This process was a little slow. It took her a whole week to refine the seeds. There were only 4 lightning attribute ultimacies: lightning acceleration, lightning dragon armor, heavenly punishment, and the second level of heavenly punishment, 10,000 waves heavenly thunder. Originally, Guan Yulan had only comprehended 2. Now, with the addition of the lightning dragon armor and 10,000 waves heavenly thunder, her battle strength had greatly increased. Then, she started to refine the other 2 seeds. Refining martial arts seeds would often be accompanied by some strange phenomena. If a martial artist succeeded in refining them, their realm would sometimes suddenly increase. Because Yi Xian did not cultivate them himself, this phenomenon would not occur. However, the same thing happened to Guan Yulan. After Guan Yulan spent another week to refine the 2 martial art seeds, she suddenly broke through to the 8th grade king level. Moreover, she had improved a lot. If she cultivated for a while longer, she might be able to break through to the 9th grade king level. Yi Xian had the devouring system. It was different. He was able to refine 3 bloodline seeds in an instant, but Guan Yulan took half a month to do so. Congratulations. Yi Xian said with a smile when he saw Guan Yulan open her eyes. Thank you. Guan Yulan nodded slightly. During this half a month, Yi Xian turned the Zephyr Thunder Palace upside down. However, he did not find anything else. Chapter 687. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Invincible King Yi Xian was disappointed. If the Wind Thunder Emperor had left behind some treasures, he would have been able to level up again. However, it was better to give him a fish than to give him a fish. Now that Yi Xian had fully comprehended the wind attribute ultimacy, would he still be afraid of not being able to level up? Since there was nothing else here, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan left. Yi Xian first went to the ground and found that it was calm. Hence, they chose to leave. There was indeed an illusion array in the Sky Thunder Forbidden Land, but without the disturbance of the riot astral lightning, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan quickly found the exit and left the Sky Thunder Island. outside the Sky Thunder Island. You can leave now. The next time I see you, I won't go easy on you. After leaving, Guan Yulan said to Yi Xian. Even if you don't go easy on me, you won't be able to do anything to me. Why don't we give it a try? Yi Xian looked at the mature Guan Yulan. Let's give it a try. Guan Yulan's eyes flashed and she took out the thunder sword that she had just obtained. She had already broken through to become a grade 8 king and had fully comprehended the ultimacy. Her current combat strength was at least a few times stronger than before. She wanted to try it out. Come on. Yi Xian also took out the Wind Dragon Slash. Swoosh. Boom. Guan Yulan took the initiative to attack. She used Sky Punishment and Thunder Slash at full power. However, the current Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. The full power of the upper-grade Void God martial art, Wind Slash, Wind Space, Gravity Space and Wind Acceleration made Yi Xian's speed extremely fast. He easily dodged Guan Yulan's attack. At the same time, he also used the Wind Space and Gravity Space on Guan Yulan. In an instant, two forces restrained Guan Yulan. Even though she was a grade 8 king, she couldn't break free and couldn't move at all. This scene was like the arrival of a great emperor. Under the combination of the Wind Space and Gravity Space, it was like the will of a great emperor. How is that possible? Guan Yulan was shocked. If she cultivated normally, she was confident that she could break through to the 9th grade king level within a year. If she had the help of a large amount of natural treasures, she would be even faster. However, in front of a 7th grade king like Yi Xian, she was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This dealt a huge blow to her self-confidence. It's useless. I reckon that even a 9th grade king wouldn't be able to break free so easily. With my current strength, I am probably invincible under the empty God realm Emperor realm. Yi Xian said with a smile, his face full of satisfaction. This, Guan Yulan had a solemn expression on her face. Originally, she and Yi Xian were considered equals. However, after both of them received their respective inheritances, the gap between her and Yi Xian had widened to such an extent. Furthermore, she had seen the Empress in action before. However, she believed that if Yi Xian and the Empress were to fight, the Empress would most likely be trapped in this dual space. Even without the dual space, Yi Xian's speed had already surpassed the Empress's. He was undoubtedly the strongest person under the Great Emperor realm. Then what do you want? Guan Yulan asked with a frown. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly removed the dual space and Guan Yulan regained her mobility. I want to go to the Empress's pirates and have a look. They erased your memory without your permission. This is justice, of course I want to get back at them. Yi Xian said indifferently. No. Guan Yulan rejected immediately. Even if what Yi Xian said was true, the Empress still cared for her. She didn't want to see Yi Xian and the Empress fight. Most importantly, she was the Empress's adopted daughter. The Empress brought you to the chaotic astral ocean to inherit her foundation. She wanted you to break through to the empty God realm Emperor realm. Now that you've inherited the Wind Thunder Emperor realm, with your talent, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the empty God realm Emperor realm. There's no need for you to practice the heartless path. Yi Xian paused and continued, I'm going to find her to ask if there's a way to restore my memory. Guan Yulan fell silent. Considering what Yi Xian said and her own suspicions over the years, to be honest, she already believed Yi Xian. You really won't do it? Guan Yulan asked again. It'll be best if she's willing to restore your memory. If she refuses, then I'll have to do it by force. However, I swear that I won't harm her life or kill anyone else. What do you think? Yi Xian stated his conditions. Guan Yulan fell silent for a while and nodded in silence. She only had the memories of the past few years. She felt very empty, so she was very eager to know what she was like 7 years ago. Woo, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. It was the silver-winged sky-howling wolf. Now that everyone is here, let's go. There was still a long way to go from the Forbidden Thunderland to the Empress Pirates. However, with Yi Xian's double space, their speed was very fast and they arrived at the Empress Pirates in just one day. The Empress Pirates were the same as the Mad King Pirates. The Mad King Pirates were on a giant deep-sea turtle, while the Empress Pirates were on a giant snake. However, when Guan Yulan brought Yi Xian in, they found that the Empress wasn't there. The three pirate groups are gathering? Yi Xian was stunned. The location of the gathering was at the intersection of the three territories. He just didn't know what they were going to do. The chaotic astral ocean is divided into three parts, so the three pirate groups gather once a year to discuss some matters, Guan Yulan explained. Is that so? Let's go and have a look. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and hurried on his way. If he could capture the three pirate groups at once, he would at least be able to become a level 9 king, right? However, he had promised Guan Yulan that he wouldn't hurt the Empress Pirates. But he didn't say that he wouldn't attack the Battle Emperor and the Mad King. The War Monarch Hall needs to go through the War Emperor's territory. If we kill the War Emperor, then the route will be open without any hindrance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. His target this time was the Battle Emperor Pirates. This time, it took them 3 days to reach the intersection of the three territories. This was an ordinary island, but there were dozens of warships gathered here, including the Battle Emperor, the Empress, and the Mad King. However, when Yi Xian and Guan Yulan arrived, things weren't as simple as they thought. There were hundreds of people in the air above the island, all of them experts. The Empress, the Battle Emperor, and the Mad King were at the front of their respective camps. However, the situation didn't look good for the Empress because the Battle Emperor and the Mad King had joined forces. Chapter 688. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Kill Yourself. Have the two of you forgotten the original three-party agreement? A beautiful middle-aged woman yelled. She was the Empress, a level 9 king. Mad Sovereign was a red-haired old man, while the last of the three overlords, War Emperor, was a white-haired old man. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun's teams had surrounded the Empress. Empress, we've been fighting for more than a decade now. You've always been neutral, but you've done a lot of shady things, haven't you? Mad Sovereign said. What do you mean? The Empress narrowed her eyes. I thought it was War Emperor who sent the assassins in my territory. I didn't expect it to be you, Mad Sovereign said coldly. You don't suspect War Emperor, but you suspect me? The Empress's expression darkened. At this moment, the Battle Emperor added, Empress, I, the Battle Emperor, am a man of my word. At the same time, I never hide anything. I'll admit it if it was me. I've been fighting with Mad Sovereign for more than a decade, so he knows what kind of person I am. But this time, you sent people to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. Are you trying to pin the blame on me? What? The Empress's expression froze. Mad Sovereign's son was dead? She hadn't heard about this. Impossible, I didn't give such an order. The Empress shouted. She knew there was no point in hiding it now. The assassins she sent to Mad Sovereign's territory were indeed her people. Not only that, she had also sent people to War Emperor's territory. But she had never given the order to kill Mad Sovereign's grandson. You were neutral, so we didn't care. But now that your people killed my grandson, I have to avenge him. Mad Sovereign looked at the Empress coldly. I never gave such an order. The Empress quibbled. She really hadn't. Her people must have bumped into Mad Sovereign's grandson and killed him. I remember you have a housekeeper called by Xianxia, right? War Emperor's eyes flashed. That's her. She killed Mad Sovereign's grandson. At the same time, she was killed by Mad Sovereign. Boom! This news was a heavy blow to the empress. Bai Qingxia was one of the people she trusted the most. Although she was her housekeeper, she was raised by Bai Qingxia. In the empress's heart, Bai Qingxia was her mother. Who would have thought that she would die at the hands of Sovereign Kuang? She killed my grandson and even pretended to be a level 7 king to destroy many of the islands under my control. If I hadn't coincidentally bumped into her, I wouldn't have been able to capture her. Kuang Zun glanced at Zhan Huang and said, "Empress, I'll tell you another secret. Zhan Huang is my older brother. My grandson calls him Grandpa. We've been fighting each other for decades because we don't like each other. We've never killed our own family." Boom! The empress's head buzzed again. The battle emperor was Kuang Zun's brother? This was something she had never known before. Not only that, but even the experts under Mad Sovereign and Battle Emperor didn't know either. Not to mention them, even their grandchildren might not be fully aware of this secret. If you were just neutral, we would have turned a blind eye. But since you're looking for trouble, don't blame us for being merciless. Zhan Huang looked at the empress and said coldly, "Empress, kill yourself." Kill herself. Asking a superior to commit suicide was not an easy thing to do, unless this superior had already been utterly defeated. The empress had asked her subordinates to disguise themselves and sneak into Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun's territory to increase their hatred. However, he had accidentally killed the grandson of the Mad Sovereign and even lost one of his closest relatives. Left with no choice, Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang could only break their agreement and target the empress. Disheartened, the empress looked around. This time, both Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun had brought more people than her. If they joined forces, she had no chance of winning. If she killed herself, she wouldn't have to fight, and her subordinates wouldn't have died. But she couldn't accept it. Her wish was to unite the chaotic astral ocean like the Wind Thunder Emperor had 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to see that happen. I understand. The empress unsheathed her weapon. Captain. The experts behind the empress hurriedly shouted. The empress's pirates were the weakest of the 3 overlords. She was the only one who was a level 9 king. Kuang Zun's pirates had 2 other level 9 kings. Zhan Huang was slightly weaker, so there were only 2 of them. As long as the empress died, the situation in the chaotic astral ocean would change. It could be divided, or it could be united. After all, Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun were brothers. It wasn't impossible for them to unite the chaotic astral ocean. Kill yourself. It's time for the chaotic astral ocean to be peaceful. Zhan Huang looked at the empress. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. Empress. Guan Yulan rushed to the empress's side. The empress looked at her and shook her head. Yulan, I'm sorry. The empress's pirates, I'm afraid, the winner takes all. Don't worry. As long as you die, we won't make things difficult for your people, Zhan Huang added. The empress nodded. She was ready. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian, who was not far away, knew he was about to come out. Although this had nothing to do with him, the empress had taken care of Guan Yulan for 7 years. Guan Yulan had no parents since she was young, so Yi Xian didn't want her to die. Since the empress wanted to unite the chaotic astral ocean, Yi Xian would lend her a hand. After all, Guan Yulan would be the empress in the future. Kuang Zun. Yi Xian shouted and rushed over. Kuang Zun was stunned. When he saw Yi Xian's face, he was even more surprised. It's you? Why are you here? Kuang Zun asked in shock. Yi Xian's appearance made the empress's hand freeze. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Kuang Zun, Zhan Huang, I'm giving you a chance. If you retreat now, you can save your lives. Otherwise, your pirates will be removed from the chaotic astral ocean in the future. Kuang Zun was shocked when he heard this. What did you say? An image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the image of mysterious mountain making a move. When Yi Xian left the Guangzhou pirates, he was only a level 4 king. Now that 2 months had passed, he was at most a level 5 king. Guangzhou thought that Yi Xian had asked mysterious mountain to make a move. Chapter 689. Translator, Transin editor, Transin challenging an overlord. Of course, Yi Xian didn't want them to leave. He wanted to kill them all, so he said regretfully, "Don't worry, my teacher won't do anything. Now, I challenge you. Mad Sovereign, War Emperor, do you accept?" This sentence frightened the surrounding people. A young man dared to challenge Mad Sovereign and War Emperor at the same time. Challenging 2 kings at the same time? Was he looking for death? Second brother, who is his teacher? War Emperor asked in surprise. He could see that Mad Sovereign knew Yi Xian. Mysterious mountain man. Mad Sovereign said gloomily. News of a void god realm great emperor appearing in Mad Sovereign's territory quickly reached War Emperor's ears. When the Battle Emperor heard the truth, his face turned pale. The Nihility God Realm Great Emperor was a powerful expert that could easily kill all of them. As for Yi Xian, he was actually the disciple of that Nihility God Realm Great Emperor. "Don't worry, I'm just an in-name disciple. My teacher won't ask if I live or die." This time, Yi Xian directly revealed that he was an in-name disciple. That day in the Guangzhou pirates, he said that he was Mountain Master Xian Zhong's disciple, but he didn't say that he was an in-name disciple. After Guangzhou saw the gravity space, he naturally thought that Yi Xian was Mountain Master Xian Zhong's personal disciple. But today, Yi Xian was 100 times stronger than before. There was no need to hide it. In-name disciple? Mad Sovereign's expression changed again. If he knew Yi Xian was only an in-name disciple, why would he refuse? So he's just an in-name disciple. How dare he challenge me and second brother? Zhang Yanhua, go and fight him. War Emperor snorted. After hearing about mysterious mountain man, War Emperor didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian. Although he was only an in-name disciple, wasn't he yen stronger than Mad Sovereign? Therefore, one couldn't judge a book by its cover, nor could one judge a book by its cover. Hearing this, the muscular man behind the Battle Emperor stepped forward. He was an 8th grade king, and his strength was not to be underestimated. In any case, today's matter had already been decided. Yi Xian's appearance was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian stepped into the air and walked out, brandishing a green longsword in his hand. Wind Dragon Slash. The name of this green longsword was the same as a martial art he had learned before. To deal with a level 8 king, he didn't need to use the Bahuang sword at all. He didn't even need to raise his hand. The reason why he took out the Wind Dragon Slash was to show off. This weapon. All the experts present raised their eyebrows, including Guangzhou, Battle Emperor, and the Empress. The Wind Dragon Slash of the Wind Thunder Grand Emperor? Someone exclaimed. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was an all-powerful figure 1,000 years ago. At that time, he unified the chaotic astral ocean. However, because his lifespan was nearing its end, after he disappeared, the chaotic astral ocean was once again divided. However, there were still many statues of him in the chaotic astral ocean. As his main weapon, the Wind Dragon Slash was naturally familiar to the world. Humph, it's just a replica. It's only a middle-grade ethereal god weapon. Someone immediately snorted disdainfully. Everyone had seen many replica weapons like this, so it didn't mean anything. However, how would they know that the Wind Dragon Slash in Yi Xian's hand was the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's main weapon, the template of all the replicas? Go to hell, kid. The snort just now was from the muscular man. He directly slashed a flaming sword chi at Yi Xian. With the Wind Dragon Slash in his hand, Yi Xian casually slashed out an attack. Wind Cloud Slash. Whoosh! This slash easily broke through the flaming sword chi and cut the muscular man in half. It was so fast that only a few people present could react. When the muscular man's body fell from the sky and his interspatial ring flew toward Yi Xian, the people present finally reacted. This is the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's Wind Cloud Slash. Gosh, the Wind Dragon Slash can be replicated, but I've never heard of anyone who could create a martial arts technique similar to the Wind Cloud Slash. Could it be that he found the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance? The people around were shocked. The War Emperor, Quang Zun, and the Empress also widened their eyes. They felt that this slash was so terrifying that even they might not be able to withstand it. Just as everyone was wondering, Yi Xian laughed loudly. That's right, I've already obtained the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor's inheritance. The Wind Dragon Slash and the Wind Cloud Slash were also obtained from the Wind Thunder Palace. When his words fell into everyone's ears, everyone's body trembled violently. The Wind Thunder Palace really existed? The world had been searching for thousands of years, but they couldn't find the legendary Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. Therefore, many people guessed that the Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor might have left behind a lie. There was no Wind Thunder Palace, nor was there any Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor. The Wind Thunder Supreme Emperor was a selfish person who wouldn't pass on what he had learned in his life. They didn't expect it to be true. War Emperor, Quang Zun, come out and fight me. Yi Xian shouted. He had completely comprehended the wind profound meaning. Even though he was only a level 7 king, he could easily kill a level 8 king. In the battle just now, he didn't even use his domain. He killed a level 8 king with a casual slash. If he used his domain, Quang Zun and War Emperor would be nothing. War Emperor and Quang Zun looked gloomy. Before they could say anything, Yi Xian said, "Oh, the level 9 kings of your two pirate groups should come out as well." This time, apart from Crazy Sovereign and Battle Emperor, there were a total of 3 9th level kings from both sides, which meant that all of them had come. Now, Yi Xian didn't only want to challenge Quang Zun and War Emperor, but also the 3 level 9 kings. Wasn't this a little too crazy? Only a Void God Realm Emperor could challenge 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Wasn't Yi Xian courting death? Hearing this, even Guan Yulan was shocked. She wanted to stop Yi Xian, but when she saw the confident smile on his face, she held herself back. She had seen Yi Xian's strength before. She didn't have any ability to resist Yi Xian. One had to know that her strength was already comparable to a level 9 king. Yi Xian had Wind Xianxia, Wind Acceleration, and 2 Space Profound Meanings. His speed was unmatched. Thinking of this, Guan Yulan had great confidence in Yi Xian. You don't know your place. War Emperor was furious. Challenging him was one thing, but now, the Mad Sovereign had to be added into the mix. Now, the Mad Sovereign wanted to challenge all 5 level 9 kings, including him. This was an absolute humiliation. Chapter 690. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. The War Emperor was dead. Alright, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The Battle Emperor flew out, accompanied by another level 9 king. Quang Zun frowned as well. Then, he walked out, followed by the 2 kings. 5 level 9 kings had gathered. Among the 5 of them, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor were the strongest. Although the other 3 were just level 9 kings, only an empty God Realm Emperor would be able to kill them. They did not believe that Yi Xian was an empty God Realm Emperor. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction when he saw the 5 of them. There were a total of 6 level 9 kings in the chaotic astral ocean. Excluding the Empress, there were only 5 of them left. In order to unify the chaotic astral ocean, Crazy Sovereign and the War Emperor had to die. Otherwise, how could the Empress keep the chaotic astral ocean in check? Therefore, these 5 people became people that Yi Xian had to kill, and also became his stepping stones. Yi Xian had already made a plan. After unifying the chaotic astral ocean and assisting Guan Yulan in becoming the overlord, he would open up a route for the warlord palace and kill his way back to the eastern mainland to take revenge on Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Wenyue. Yi Xian flew into the distance. Crazy Sovereign and the others felt that it was unnecessary. After all, if the 5 of them worked together, they would be able to kill Yi Xian in an instant. Yi Xian suddenly switched the wind dragon slash to his left hand and took out the Bahuang sword. This was his first time facing 5 level 9 kings. He did not dare to be reckless and had to be cautious. "Kid, hand over the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance and I will spare your life," the War Emperor said to Yi Xian. The Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance would definitely be of the wind and lightning attributes. The War Emperor's son was of the wind attribute and could use it. "Hehe, if you want the Wind Thunder Emperor's inheritance, come and get it yourself." Yi Xian smiled. He knew that he would not rest until he was dead. Even if he had the backing of Mysterious Mountain Man, the War Emperor and the others would not show him mercy if he was not strong enough. "Very good, you have a backbone. Since that's the case, then don't blame me." The War Emperor yelled and immediately expanded his territory. At the same time, he threw out dozens of virtual god weapons and attacked Yi Xian. The 2 of them were 10,000 meters apart, and their domains had already enveloped Yi Xian. On the other hand, Yi Xian's domain also enveloped the 5 of them. Battle Emperor was of the metal element, Mad Sovereign was of the fire element, and the other 3 were of the metal, fire, and water elements respectively. Although there were 2 elements that countered him, Yi Xian had more than just the earth element. Swish! Yi Xian swiftly flew over. The pair of green wings on his back were extremely dazzling. The 100% completion high-grade Void God martial art, Wind Cleaver, contained the wind acceleration profound meaning, the gravity space's repulsive force acceleration, and the wind space's wind acceleration. This allowed Yi Xian, who was only a level 7 king, to surpass even the Battle Emperor and the Mad Supremacy. What? Seeing Yi Xian go all out, the Battle Emperor and the others finally understood what kind of person they had provoked. A level 7 king's speed actually surpassed them, who were level 9 kings. He was a genius, no, a monster. The wealth of a level 9 king was very tempting to Yi Xian, but he also knew that an elite like the Battle Emperor wouldn't put everything in his yin and yang ring. They would find a place to hide most of their belongings. However, as long as he killed the 5 of them, he would at least be able to break through to become a level 8 king. Yi Xian's main target was the Battle Emperor. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in a flash. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the 5 of them were stunned to appear in front of the Battle Emperor. Wind space, gravity space. In the next instant, Yi Xian used the dual space to restrict the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor was already a pinnacle king, but the dual space had a huge restriction on him. Although he could move, his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Die. Star-shattering sword. This battle was very important. Yi Xian arrived in front of the Battle Emperor before thrusting out his star-shattering sword. The Battle Emperor really wanted to dodge, but his speed was only 60% of what it was before. Moreover, Yi Xian was so fast that he couldn't react. He couldn't dodge this attack. Metal defense. The Battle Emperor was covered in a layer of golden armor. However, the cold light still entered his body. Kacha. The Battle Emperor's golden armor began to shatter as blood poured out. The Battle Emperor, one of the 3 overlords of the chaotic astral ocean, was dead. Yi Xian had instantly killed him. Wild Sovereign and the others were stunned. They stared blankly at the Battle Emperor's body, which had been shattered into countless pieces, falling from the sky. At this moment, the yin and yang ring had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. F***ck, the Battle Emperor is so stingy. Yi Xian was helpless. Indeed, the stronger one was, the more cautious one was. The amount of treasures in the Battle Emperor's Yin and Yang ring was pitifully small. However, it was still a lot more than a level 8 king. I just need to kill 1 or 2 more and I'll break through. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He had recovered some of his qi, enough for him to use the windfall cleaver. The star-shattering sword had used up all of his qi. He had to be more cautious while his qi recovered. He had to retreat first. Big brother. When Yi Xian retreated 1,000 meters away, Kuang Zun finally reacted. The Battle Emperor who had just died was Wild Sovereign's big brother. Kill him. Wild Sovereign roared and charged at Yi Xian. The other 3 quickly followed, determined to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. At this time, the people of the 3 pirate groups were already dumbfounded. The Battle Emperor was the strongest of the 3 overlords. He had reached the peak and was only 1 step away from becoming a void god great emperor. How could someone like that be killed by Yi Xian? Most importantly, the Battle Emperor was of the metal attribute. Even Wild Sovereign wouldn't have been able to break through his defense so easily. However, he had indeed died just like that. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic. Who is he? The Empress murmured. Guan Yulan didn't answer. She silently watched Yi Xian being chased by Wild Sovereign and the other 3. She finally understood why Yi Xian had challenged 5 level 9 kings at the same time. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Yi Xian, who was being chased by Kuang Zun's group of 4, dodged while recovering his true energy. At this moment, he had already recovered 1/3 of his true qi. This was enough for him to use the sword-shattering stars again and kill a 9th-grade king. However, the star-shattering sword was his strongest attack, and no one could withstand it. If he only used this move, wouldn't the other profound meanings he had comprehended become mere decorations? Ha ha ha, you 5, enjoy this move. Yi Xian laughed. Suddenly, he ingeniously dodged the attacks and gathered the 4 together. Then, he trapped them in a dual space. The 4's speed dropped drastically, and their expressions changed. In the next moment, the dual space was filled with howling winds. Chapter 691. Wind Element Profound, Death Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as countless wind blades appeared. Not only that, but the Bahuang's sword had also been shattered. With all sorts of enhancements, it flew in. Death Storm, 10,000 lightning, and raging flames incinerate the heavens. These 3 profound were extremely powerful. Although Yi Xian was only a level 7 king, using Death Storm in the dual space was much more threatening. Wild Reverend and the other 3's faces sank. They used all their abilities to block, but their speed was greatly reduced. They could only defend. However, one shouldn't forget that the wind blades weren't the only ones attacking. There were also 8 other blades. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth, 32 layers. Pung! 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 The blades continuously broke through the defenses of the 4. By the time the death storm stopped, 2 figures had already fallen from the sky. Their interspatial rings flew towards Yi Xian. Of the 4, only Wild Reverend and the other metal-attributed level 9 king had survived. It's still not powerful enough, Yi Xian grinned as he caught the 2 interspatial rings. It was indeed not powerful enough before, but now, it was enough. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a level 8 king. Now, Yi Xian could be considered a true unrivaled king. As a level 7 king, he was able to challenge 5 level 9 kings by himself and even kill 3 of them. Now that he was a level 8 king, could Wild Reverend and the other level 9 kings still survive? Wild Reverend felt Yi Xian's domain suddenly expand. His face was ashen as he stood there motionless. Winner takes all. Wild Sovereign calmly spat out these words. Good, you're a formidable character. I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as a wind blade flew towards Wild Reverend, cutting his head off. 4 of the 5 level 9 kings were already dead. The last metal-attributed level 9 king suddenly cowered. He hurriedly said, "Spare me." The stronger one was, the more one feared death. He'd worked so hard to become a level 9 king. He wasn't willing to die like this. Compared to his life, what was dignity? "I'm sorry. If you don't die, I won't be at ease." Yi Xian finished speaking calmly. In the next instant, this level 9 king tier was killed by his sword shattering the stars. The destructive power of a 9th grade king was enormous. He couldn't leave such a star in the chaotic astral ocean. Therefore, this person had to die. All 5 9th grade kings had fallen. The battle was over. Huff, huff, as expected, he didn't manage to break through to the 9th grade. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite satisfied with his strength. After all, this was not his full combat strength. He felt like he could deal with dozens of battle emperors and mad sovereigns at the same time. 5 9th grade kings were really nothing much. Seeing the 5 kings fall one after another at the hands of Yi Xian, the 3 pirate groups were so shocked that they were prostrating themselves on the ground. At this time, the 3 camps were completely silent. Yi Xian glanced into the distance and quickly flew over. Now that the Battle Emperor and the Mad Celestial are dead, those who submit will be spared. Yi Xian shouted to the experts of the War Emperor pirates and the Kuang Zun pirates. After a second of silence, they shouted in unison, "We submit." Such a loud and clear voice made Yi Xian feel relieved, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. He was now the strongest person in the chaotic astral ocean. If he wanted to, he could definitely unify the chaotic astral ocean. Of course, this didn't include Mysterious Mountain Man. However, he didn't want to be a pirate leader. His goal wasn't as simple as becoming a Void God Realm King. After that, his gaze landed on the Empress. His gaze caused the Empress to tremble all over. "Don't worry, I won't attack you," Yi Xian said. If he wanted to, none of the people present would be able to escape his pursuit. However, Yi Xian wouldn't attack the Empress because she was related to Guan Yulan. Moreover, Guan Yulan still needed to ask if she could recover her memories. "Now, I want to make a deal with you." Yi Xian suddenly glanced at Guan Yulan and said, "Yulan and I are friends. I knew her before you brought her to the chaotic astral ocean. As long as you recover her memories, you will be the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean." The Empress was stunned. Yi Xian was also from the Tianshui continent. How was this possible? "You." The Empress was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "You must want to unify the chaotic astral ocean, right? Didn't you find Yulan because you want to train her to become a Void God Realm Great Emperor and unify the chaotic astral ocean?" Yi Xian asked. Indeed, that was what the Empress wanted. As long as she could train a Void God Realm Great Emperor, she could unify the chaotic astral ocean. However, there was no need to wait until then. Okay. The Empress immediately agreed. The best way to cultivate the heartless Tao was to erase one's memories and start from scratch. In fact, there were many girls like Guan Yulan, but their talents were much worse than Guan Yulan's. That was why the Empress wanted to train Guan Yulan as her successor. Now, with this relationship with Yi Xian, the Empress could unify the chaotic astral ocean and fulfill her wish. Then, Guan Yulan wouldn't need to cultivate the heartless Tao anymore. As soon as the Empress finished speaking, she put her hand on Guan Yulan's head. Guan Yulan groaned in pain and blinked. When she opened her eyes again, there was a change in her eyes. "Yi Xian," Guan Yulan looked at the white figure in front of her and whispered softly. "Finally recovered." Yi Xian was overjoyed. As expected, his memories were not erased. Instead, they were sealed. Now, it was finally unlocked. Yi Xian. After recovering her memories, Guan Yulan threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. 7 years. 7 years had passed since that day. Yi Xian hugged Guan Yulan tightly and patted her back. These 7 years, he had been thinking about Guan Yulan, but he couldn't do anything about it. Although he already had a fiancée, in this world, even an ordinary warrior could have several wives. Zhan Huang and Kuang Zun both had 5 or 6 wives. They all wanted their families to be strong, so 2 wives was nothing. At this time, the Empress and the others finally understood why Yi Xian wanted to help. The Empress felt very lucky. 7 years ago, she took Guan Yulan away from Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't take her life. He was already very kind. Yulan, from now on, you are the Empress. The beautiful woman said to Guan Yulan's back. Guan Yulan trembled and turned around. Mother, you. Chapter 692. Then, she glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only a grade 7 king before, but he was able to kill 3 grade 9 kings. Now that he was a grade 8 king, he was invincible under the great emperor level. With such talent, he could definitely break through to the void spirit realm. If he married Guan Yulan, wouldn't she be Yi Xian's mother-in-law? Having a son-in-law in the void spirit realm was even more impressive than unifying the chaotic astral ocean. Hearing her words, the experts of the 3 pirate groups all knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Empress." Empress, Guan Yulan. After the fall of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, the Empress became the only overlord of the chaotic astral ocean. However, the current Empress was a different person from before. Guan Yulan inherited the position of Empress and became the Empress of the chaotic astral ocean. The territories of Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang were merged with the Empress's territory. Yi Xian didn't expect that the chaotic astral ocean, which had been in chaos for thousands of years, would be unified one day. Moreover, it was through his hands. Now that Guan Yulan was the Empress, there were no more obstacles to the Battle King Palace's route. At that moment, Yi Xian prepared to tell Song Suijing and the others about this. When they first came to the Blood Rock continent, Song Suijing said that she agreed that Yi Xian could have other women, but not too many. Therefore, she didn't have any objections. After all, there were 2 brothers in the Great Song dynasty and 1 in the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. Now, Lan Yu was also taken by him. There were 4 in total. Yi Xian, including her, only had 2. Where could they find such a loyal man? However, when Yi Xian brought Guan Yulan to Shantian Island, Lan Yu told him a piece of news. The heart of the great emperor had appeared. No, it should be said that it had disappeared. Shantian City. What happened? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Previously, the 3 king palaces combined the 3 maps of the heart of the great emperor and guessed the location of the great emperor's death. This location originally belonged to the eastern continent, but now it belonged to the great wilderness. The 3 king palaces have already come to an agreement to find the great emperor's corpse and study it together, Lan Yu replied. And then? Yi Xian frowned. Then, the great emperor's corpse was taken away by a mysterious expert. Palace Master Situ immediately chased after him, but there has been no news, the great elder, Shi Yonghao, replied. A mysterious expert. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, could this mysterious expert be from the Yao clan? I was there at that time. That mysterious expert was very powerful. He was at least a level 6 king. Most importantly, there was still a trace of the great emperor's will left behind in the great emperor's corpse. Sigh, we were too careless. Shi Yonghao sighed. The will of the great emperor? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lan Yu, who was at the side, hurriedly said, the demonic beast race emperor's corpse still contains the remnant will of the demonic beast race emperor. If an ordinary king were to obtain it, he would be able to comprehend it quickly. He might even be able to break through to the void god realm emperor realm. What? He directly broke through to the Void God Realm Great Emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. If that mysterious expert was from the Yao clan, then wouldn't the Yao clan have another Void God Realm Great Emperor? We just don't know who that mysterious expert is. Palace Master Situ has gone out to investigate, but there has been no news, Shi Yonghao added. Then I'll go too. I've already broken through to level 8 King Realm. My strength isn't any weaker than Palace Master Situ's. Yi Xian took the initiative to resign. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. In just a few months, Yi Xian had broken through to level 8 King Realm. Yi Xian pulled Guan Yulan over and said, "Now that I've killed Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, she's the new Great Empress. The chaotic astral ocean can be considered unified. Great Elder, you can go and choose a route." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Kuang Zun and Zhan Huang, 2 level 9 kings, were killed by Yi Xian. This young lady, who was only 25 years old, was the new Great Empress. Everyone's minds went blank. They couldn't figure out what had happened in the past few months. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he pulled Song Suijing over and whispered a few words to her. Song Suijing had also broken through to level 4 King Realm, but she was still far from Guan Yulan. Yi Xian's current goal was to nurture Song Suijing into a great empress and rule the chaotic astral ocean together with Guan Yulan. Song Suijing was stunned when she heard Yi Xian's whisper. She nodded silently. She had heard about Guan Yulan from Yi Xian a long time ago. She didn't expect the great empress in front of her to be Guan Yulan. "Yulan, take care of things here. I'll go back to the eastern continent to take a look," Yi Xian said to Guan Yulan. "Okay." Guan Yulan nodded. She was quite capable. When Yi Xian came to the chaotic astral ocean again, she would be able to take care of everything and open up a path. After that, Yi Xian directly left Shantian Island and flew towards the eastern continent. It had been a few months since he came to the chaotic astral ocean. When he came, he was only a level 3 king. When he left, he was already a level 8 king. However, his strength was invincible among the Void God Realm kings. Mysterious expert, Great Emperor's will. I'm already a level 8 king. If I break through again, I'll be a level 9 king. When that time comes, I don't know what I'll need to become a great emperor. Maybe it'll be this great emperor's will, Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He sped up to the extreme and arrived at the eastern continent in just a day. Then, he quickly returned to the warlord palace and found Lan Yao. Although he only spent a day to rush back, it had been more than half a month since the great emperor's heart was taken away by the mysterious expert. "Palace Master, what's the situation now?" Yi Xian asked anxiously. "Yi Xian, you're back?" Lan Yao was shocked when he saw Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian was no longer afraid of the Jiang family since he dared to come back from the chaotic astral ocean. "Deputy Palace Master, I've heard about what happened. Is there any news about the monster race Great Emperor's corpse?" Yi Xian asked quickly. The Great Emperor's will was very important to him. After all, his father Yi Chong was stuck at the level 9 King Realm. If he could obtain the monster race Great Emperor's corpse, he might be able to break through to the Void God Realm. "Yes, the Sword God Palace just sent a message." Lan Yao nodded and took out a portrait. This is the portrait of the mysterious expert. It said that he escaped into the wilderness. Yi Xian took the portrait and was shocked. He knew this person. Chapter 693. Yi Xian, have you seen him before? Lan Yao asked hastily when he saw Yi Xian's strange expression. Yes, he is the great elder of the 9th branch. He colluded with the Beast clan and stole the heart of the heavenly dragon from us. Yi Xian nodded. Lan Yao was shocked when he heard this. How could it be him? The great elder of the 9th branch was only at the empty god realm. Even if he stole the heart of the heavenly dragon, it was impossible for him to become so powerful in such a short period of time. Hold on. Jiang Tianjin and I were fighting over the Void God Realm Heavenly Dragon Corpse. The palace master had seen it before. This corpse's level is very high. It's at least a level 6 king, Lan Yao suddenly said. Level 6 king? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the elder of the 9th branch was very lucky to have seen such a powerful corpse. Then, the heart of the heavenly dragon, we humans don't know much about the beast clan. Although he couldn't comprehend the ultimacy after taking the heart of the heavenly dragon, his physique could be greatly improved. The news from the Sword God Palace also said that he had an extremely strong physique. It seems that he used a special method to become so powerful. Lan Yao said in realization. A level 6 king was not worth mentioning to Yi Xian. However, after the great elder of the 9th branch obtained the empty God Realm Emperor's corpse, it was unknown. Now that he has obtained the empty God Realm Emperor's corpse, his strength will definitely increase tremendously. Deputy Palace Master, is the heavenly dragon corpse from the beast clan or an ordinary empty God Realm beast? Yi Xian asked again. It is from the beast clan. Lan Yao replied. If it is the beast clan's heart, it can't be refined into the heart of the heavenly dragon. He must have used other methods to become powerful. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He exclaimed, "Oh no, now that he has obtained the beast clan emperor's corpse, his strength." After Yi Xian's reminder, Lan Yao came to a realization. The great elder of the 9th branch had become so powerful after obtaining the beast clan's heart. Now that he had obtained the monster race great emperor's corpse, how powerful would he become? Most importantly, the monster race great emperors will still remain within the corpse. Yi Xian, it's better if you don't go. The Sword God's palace already knows about this matter. They will deal with it, reminded Lan Yao. Deputy Hall Master, don't worry. My current strength is no weaker than Hall Master Situ's, Yi Xian said hurriedly. He said this in a more tactful manner. If he were to fight with Situ Ao Tian, then he would definitely win. This, Lan Yao's heart trembled again. After a moment of hesitation, he said, the Sword God Palace has already sent a team into the depths of the wasteland. How many experts are there in the wasteland? Yi Xian asked curiously. The monster tribe of the Great Wilderness is stronger than the 3 halls combined. The agreement between the Sword God Palace and the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness states that the monster kings of the Great Wilderness are not allowed to leave the Great Wilderness. The Sword God Palace also does not allow great emperors to enter the Great Wilderness, Lan Yao explained. Are there any great emperors of the monster tribe in the Great Wilderness? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not sure about this, but I'm sure there is an expert who is more powerful than the empty God Realm Great Emperor. Back then, the Sword God Palace made an agreement with him, Lan Yao said solemnly. Hiss. Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. He asked in shock, is there really an expert who has surpassed the empty God Realm? Isn't that a legend? The world thinks it's a legend, but it's not. The seniors of the Sword God Palace have seen him with their own eyes. Otherwise, the Sword God Palace would have gone in and exterminated the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness. Lan Yao shook his head. Yi Xian was stunned. An expert who has surpassed the empty God Realm Great Emperor? What realm is he in? Yi Xian asked curiously. I'm not sure, but he's very powerful. Moreover, he seems to be a human, not a monster tribe. Lan Yao revealed another secret. A human, not a monster tribe? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Since he was a human, why was he helping the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness? This kind of thing was not something he could know about. Alright, Deputy Palace Master, I'll head to the depths of the Great Wilderness immediately. Yi Xian nodded and left the Warlord Hall immediately. If possible, he wanted to obtain the monster tribe Great Emperor's corpse. If he could use it, he would become a great emperor himself. If the devouring system didn't need it, he would give it to Yi Chong. After leaving the warlord hall, Yi Xian headed straight for the great wilderness. In less than a day, he arrived at the great wilderness. He passed through the outer and inner regions of the great wilderness and arrived at the depths of the great wilderness. Even the Sword God Palace has not explored the depths of the great wilderness. The monster tribe of the great wilderness is intimidated by the Sword God Palace. There might be an empty God realm great emperor, so I can't let my guard down. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the depths of the great wilderness. The depths of the great wilderness was an unknown place. Yi Xian began to wander around the depths of the great wilderness. His speed was very fast. Occasionally, he would encounter some void god beasts, but they were all killed by him. However, the vastness of the great wilderness had exceeded his expectations. He traveled in a straight line for 3 days, but he still couldn't find the end. It took him less than half a day to go from the outer regions to the depths of the great wilderness. Could it be that the size of this great wasteland is even larger than the chaotic astral sea? Yi Xian thought for a moment before continuing his search. His only clue was the depths of the great wilderness. However, he had already arrived at the depths of the great wilderness, but he didn't see any monster tribe or humans. However, on the 4th day after he entered the great wilderness, he finally saw some people. Rumble. The commotion in the distance attracted Yi Xian's attention. It's quite a commotion. It seems like a large-scale group battle. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly flew over. When he arrived, he saw dozens of figures besieging a few people. Dozens of high-level monster tribe kings besieging 6 people? Yi Xian glanced around and found that Situ Outyan was among the 6 monster tribe kings. He quickly sized them up. Among the dozens of monster tribe kings, there were 9 level 9 monster tribe kings, more than 10 level 8 monster tribe kings, and the rest were all level 7 monster tribe kings. F***CK. Is this the full combat strength of the monster tribe? Yi Xian was shocked. The chaotic astral ocean seemed to have only this much combat strength. He didn't expect the great wilderness to be so powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly glanced around and found a figure 10,000 meters away from the battlefield. It was the Grand Elder of the 9th Hall of the Warlord Hall, Qin Huaizhong. Qin Huaizhong was dressed in black and looked the same as before. At this moment, he also noticed Yi Xian. "We've got another guest," Li Yao said. Chapter 694. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and turned around. When he saw that Situ Outyan and the other 5 couldn't hold on any longer, he quickly rushed over. As for Qin Huaizhong, he looked at Yi Xian and didn't make a move. "You are merely from the monster tribe. Die." Yi Xian's eyes widened. If he were to kill these demons, then his cultivation would naturally soar to the 9th level of the king realm. Gravity space, wind space. Yi Xian quickly trapped the weaker kings of the monster tribe. In the next instant, a strong wind blew in the dual space. Huff huff. Death storm. Although these kings of the monster tribe had strong physiques, they were nothing compared to Yi Xian when even Quang Zun and the War Emperor had died. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 kings of the monster tribe were killed. Their interspatial rings flew toward Yi Xian. What? Situ Outyan and the other 5 kings, the kings of the monster tribe, and Qin Huaizhong were all shocked. How high was Yi Xian's cultivation realm to be able to kill so many kings in one hit? How dare you kill our monster tribe members? You are courting death. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed as he rushed toward Yi Xian. From the moment he saw Qin Huaizhong, Yi Xian had already guessed that Qin Huaizhong was the only one watching from the side. Since so many monster tribe members had surrounded Situ Outyan and the other 5 kings, they had probably submitted to Qin Huaizhong. Only strength could make the kings of the 9 major monster tribes submit to him. Therefore, Qin Huaizhong had most likely become a great emperor. Devour. Yi Xian quickly devoured the interspatial rings. Unfortunately, he didn't become a grade 9 king because of this. At this moment, Qin Huaizhong had already rushed over. In the next instant, Yi Xian felt a strong force that shook his mind and made him want to retreat. This feeling was very similar to when Wushang had appeared outside the King of Weapons Hall. Great Emperor intent. Oh no, Qin Huaizhong has really broken through to the empty god realm. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the dual space on Qin Huaizhong. He could move. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. It seemed that he would not be like an ant in front of a void god realm great emperor. Qin Huaizhong, who was flying towards Yi Xian, was startled. His speed had been restricted, which surprised him. But in the next moment, he was enveloped by a strange energy, and the effect of the double space on him was instantly reduced. A cold light flashed by. Qin Huaizhong's eyes widened. A surge of energy instantly dispersed Yi Xian's sword-shattering stars. Great Emperor's will, is this the Great Emperor's will? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. However, he felt that Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor will was much weaker than Wushang's. Perhaps, Qin Huaizhong had yet to truly break through to the empty god realm. Since that was the case, he had a chance of winning. He was using the upper-grade virtual god martial art, Wind Cleaver, at the same time, using profound meaning to increase his speed. If one were to compare, his speed was even faster than Qin Huaizhong's. Good boy, I haven't seen you for a year and you've grown to this extent. You can be considered a heaven-defying monster. But today, I am the sovereign of the beast race. How dare you kill my people? You're courting death. Qin Huaizhong was furious, and he chased after Yi Xian. He had already merged with the Great Emperor's heart, and his physique was extremely strong. However, the beast race Great Emperors will had collapsed until only a trace was left. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been shocked to death. The Great Emperors will couldn't increase Qin Huaizhong's speed. Moreover, he mainly relied on his physique, which was why he couldn't fly fast. As expected, his Great Emperor's will is very weak. It's worlds apart from Wushang's. As long as I go around him and deal with the other Beast Kings, I'll be able to break through to the 9th grade Beast King realm and fight him. Yi Xian thought in his heart. His sword-shattering stars had been directly shattered by Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor's will. However, he continued to attack because he guessed that the Great Emperor's will would be consumed like true qi. 36 overlapping shadows. 32 layers of earth pulse. Tempest cleave. He attacked and retreated at the same time. Although his attacks were shattered by Qin Huaizhong's Great Emperor's will, his true qi recovered faster than it was consumed. Damn it, I should have just killed those 6 people. Qin Huaizhong regretted not being able to catch up to Yi Xian. He had merged with the Great Emperor's will and become the Emperor of the Beast race. The 9 Beast Kings obeyed him. Therefore, he didn't interfere in the battle just now. Instead, he let the Beast race subordinates fight. If he had taken action just now, Sidu Outyen and the others would have died hundreds of times. Humph, kid, don't think you can escape. I'll show you my true face. Qin Huaizhong suddenly shouted. In the next moment, he transformed into a red sky dragon. His transformation was completed in an instant, unlike the other beast race members who took a long time to transform. So fast. He doesn't have the beast race's curse. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. After transforming, Qin Huaizhong's speed increased greatly. He was much faster than Yi Xian. Yi Xian cursed in his heart and hurriedly landed on the ground. Profound meaning of earth, ground shrink. Qin Huaizhong didn't expect Yi Xian to have comprehended shrink. He immediately gathered the Great Emperor's will and bombarded the ground. Boom! 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 The Great Emperor's will was a very special technique. It had many uses. For example, it could be used to suppress, defend, or even attack. If the profound meaning and domain were merged with the great emperor's will, the power would increase greatly. Wherever Qin Huaizhong's eyes looked, it was like an explosion. The power was several times stronger than raging flames incinerate the heavens. He bombarded the ground more than 10 times and blasted more than 10,000 meters into the ground. He realized that Yi Xian's aura was gone. Is he dead? Qin Huaizhong narrowed his eyes. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. Oh no! He immediately turned around. He felt that Yi Xian shouldn't be dead. He must have gone back. Rumble. As expected, when he rushed back, he realized that Yi Xian had already arrived. At this moment, there were already more than 10 figures in the air. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a level 9 king. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He looked at the red figure and smiled. While the other party was in a daze, he quickly used Shrink to rush back. Then, he killed several beast kings and many level 7 and level 8 kings. The pressure on Situ Outyen and the other 5 instantly decreased. The 6 of them were all elites of the Sword God's palace. Each of them was a genius who could fight against 2 or 3 people at once. That was why they could hold on until now. Just now, Yi Xian had helped them reduce the pressure, but now that he'd done it again, their opponents were only 5 level 9 demon kings and 10 level 7 or 8 demon kings.